Dobro jutro, good morning, the ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, Mrs. Natalie Kauter. This is Slovenian German Artificial Intelligence Forum, and in the name of the organizers, Germany, Chamber of Commerce and the Industry of Slovenia, German Embassy in Ljubljana, and German-Slovene Chamber of Commerce and the Industry, I warmly welcome you. Artificial intelligence is reshaping industries, societies, and everyday experiences, revolutionizing how we work, communicate, and engage with the world. Yet with this transformative impact comes responsibility to address its ethical, societal, and economic implications. Today we gather to explore these opportunities and challenges, fostering collaboration and innovation to harness the full potential of AI for the benefit of all. And in this very moment, I would also like to thank the event sponsor, DB Schenker, and our event partner, German National Tourist Office Slovenia, DCT. And before we start, let me share that today's event provides also an opportunity to showcase some AI best practices. One of them is the real-time translation service provided by AIBC Robotics. It can replace professional translators at various live or remote events. The language models used are of the highest quality level, while more than 60 language pairs are covered. And now, happy to announce the first opening speech, Mrs. Vesna Nachtigal, the Chamber of Commerce and the Industry of Slovenia, General Director. Please.
Good morning to all. Dear ladies and gentlemen, digitalization is one of top priorities in our Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Slovenia, as we recognize its indispensable role in the continued development of companies. Without digitalization, there can and will be no green transition. Without the appropriate know-how and competencies in the field of information and communication technology, Slovenian companies risk losing their competitive edge to counterparts from the other parts of the world. Digitalization across all sectors of society and the economy is crucial for enhancing productivity and competitiveness. This holds particular significance of Slovenian export-oriented economy. Furthermore, digitalization enables broad possibility for innovation within companies, a prerequisite for achieving the target of 88,000 euros of value added by 2030. During the last year, we all could witness how much attention AI garnered with ChatGPT playing the leading role. So now the possibility of AI's beneficial use is the reach of all our hands. At the end of 2023, the European Commission took a significant step by adopting the long-awaited Artificial Intelligence Act, establishing regulatory framework, mitigating risks in the development of use of AI, and enabling more human development in this field in the future. I'm delighted that today's event will encompass discussion on both regulatory aspects and competitiveness, as I believe that Slovenia's opportunities to capitalize on the potential and accelerate in the field of AI are significant. It is crucial that we all integrate artificial intelligence into our business operations, both to enhance efficiency, creativity, and content generation, and to automate process in the development of new products and ultimately in decision support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now Mrs. Dagmar von Bonstein, German-Slovene Chamber of Commerce and the Industry President, please.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, never change a winning team. That is exactly was our idea was at the German-Slovenian Chamber of Industry and Commerce when we started our planning for that event today on artificial intelligence. Therefore, like last year at Hydrogen Forum, we gathered with our good friends and experienced partners from GSS and from the German Embassy in Ljubljana and set up together the agenda for this AI Forum today. Dear Vesna Nachtigall, dear Madam Ambassador, thank you so much for another great cooperation. I would also like to see similar good cooperation between the players in the field of AI, specifically the developers, means the AI visionaries and AI experts, those who are responsible in the companies and decide about the use of artificial intelligence, and those who set the rules for AI at the political level. It is important to make artificial intelligence safe and trustworthy, important for every person and for societies as a whole that are increasingly confronted with artificial intelligence in their everyday lives. But rules are also important for companies that need legal certainty when using AI. A recent survey by the DIHK, the German Chamber of Industry and Commerce, shows that 61% of companies in Germany use AI technologies or plan to do so. Large American and European companies with at least 1,000 employees intend to increase their investments in generative AI from an average of 1.5% to 4.3% between 2023 and 2025, means right now. And the really big companies with a turnover of more than 5 billion even want to invest more than 10% of their IT budget in generative AI. This underlines the great importance that AI has and will have in the near future. AI is very diverse and can be used wherever large amounts of data need to be utilized. Applications can be found across almost all economic sectors and business areas, from widespread image, voice, and text recognition to the smart home, to the autonomous vehicle, and also in industrial applications in which AI enables predictive maintenance of machines, for example. That's why we want to talk about the huge potential of AI today and present concrete and practical examples from Bosch, from BMW, DB Schenker, and many more. And we will talk about the necessary regulation of AI. Europe has recently taken an important step with the AI Act, as Vesna told us. The planned legal framework can help to strengthen trust and acceptance of AI. Companies need clear and comprehensible criteria as to what is to be understood as a specific risk of AI. Only in this way it is possible to quickly, easily, and legally allocate who is affected. But let me add, bureaucracy and double regulation must be avoided in order to minimize burdens and thus ensure European competitiveness and the further development of AI in Europe. What is also clear to us, with our event today, we cannot cover all the topics that are important in connection with AI. For example, the question of what training and further education must look like in the future. Surveys show that 70% of Germans think that AI will shape our future, but only 36% of those surveyed would like to receive further training on AI. At the same time, they rate their knowledge of AI as only mediocre, on a scale of 1 to 10 at 5.5. What we are also not tackling today is the question of the ethical implications of AI. Just last week, the Global Forum on Ethics of AI 2024 took place in Brdo pri Kranju. On that occasion, 8 tech companies pledged to build more ethical AI in line with UNESCO recommendations. As we can see, the topic of artificial intelligence is complex and challenging, and still offers plenty of materials for conferences like ours. So let us make a start today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And now I kindly invite Mrs. Natalie Kauter, the German ambassador to Slovenia. Your Excellency, please.
Dear guests, I wish to extend a very warm welcome to you and thank you all for coming to our forum on artificial intelligence. Although the topic is quite different from last year's Hydrogen Day, I'm thrilled that we, the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany, together with the German-Slovene Chamber of Commerce and the Slovene Business Chamber, were able to pull off a great event once again. So thank you, Mrs. von Bohnstein and Mrs. Nachtigall, for another trustful cooperation. Dear guests, I'm truly proud that we can offer you today's program so you can gain and share expertise and experience in the field of AI and hopefully at the same time make new business connections. We focus on AI this year because honestly, there's no getting away from it, at least after the leading developers on AI were warning last year against their own technology. AI is already having a massive impact on our daily lives, and it will continue to fundamentally change the world of work in the coming years by taking over human work and replacing entire job profiles. And not only, as we often assume, of blue-collar workers, but also massively in retail, in the banking sector, and in insurance. At the same time, many see it as the solution for 2 of the most challenging problems for companies at the moment. You mentioned it, the shortage of skilled workers and the increased requirements for climate protection. AI can provide great added value here and, as it is already doing successfully in some of your companies, increase productivity and safety. In the year 2035, the German government estimates that there will be no longer a single job that has nothing to do with AI. There will no longer be a single job profile that is completely detached from this technology. So the education aspect you mentioned is of increased importance, of course. At the same time, only a small fraction of all companies used AI last year. This means that the vast majority of companies will be facing massive changes in the coming years. And you can, of course, be afraid of massive changes, but you can also take advantage of them and do everything you can to help find answers to the challenges they bring. Whatever you choose, there is no doubt that AI is a key technology of the future and that how we deal with AI, how we harness it, and how we use it will determine our competitiveness and our future prosperity. Today, we've gathered experts from business, science, and politics so you can get the combined power of the latest developments from all perspectives. There will inevitably come a moment where you will take strategic decisions for the future of your company, where you might be introducing life-changing AI solutions. We would be very happy if this event could be of help in your decision-making process. On the other hand, you might also be thinking about the risks and limitations of AI and where the regulation is heading. Today's forum also strives to cover this subject. We've already heard it. In December, the EU member states found a compromise for the EU AI Act, and I'm really happy that the German government, after an extra round of thinking, was able to agree to that compromise so that the technical work can proceed. In a few minutes, Professor Krüger will tell you more about it. But of course, AI does not stop at EU borders, and so don't we today. We want to shed a light on how other countries or group of countries tackle AI. Brazil, for example, had an AI law passed their parliament as early as 2021, and now it's being evaluated in parliament. And what will the US and China do? With a view to our own regulation, being a regulation pioneer has great advantages when it comes to setting standards and establishing a set of values that will then be followed by other nations. But will the EU have this role when it comes to AI? These are only some of the questions that we would like to tackle in today's first panel. So without any further delay from my side, I wish you an insightful and productive day.
Thank you very much. And now, dear ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to Dr. Tina Kluwer, Director General at German Ministry for Education and Research, who is joining us remotely from Germany. A warm welcome.
Very much. Ms. Nachtigall, Ms. von Bohnstein, Ms. Kauter, Ms. Frangesch, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome from Berlin to all of you participating in Slovenian-German Artificial Intelligence Forum. Unfortunately, my calendar did not allow me to be there with you today, but that shouldn't diminish the importance of the topic. Because artificial intelligence is a key technology that influences not only our digital world, but also the physical world in various fields. Almost no area of our life is not affected by AI. We do have face recognition, our smartphones, autocorrection and text editors, and even when I go hiking, AI assists me in finding my way through the forest. Artificial intelligence, especially machine learning, is so important nowadays because it utilizes patterns within random data sets. AI systems are able to process huge amounts of data for the training sets, such that they can predict the next words in a given context, as does ChatGPT, the next pixel to draw an image in a given style, or also the next character to create a needed protein sequence. AI is a key technology that offers manifold opportunities for growth, wealth, competitiveness, and benefit for society. It is for this reason that the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research wants to strengthen the technological sovereignty of AI for Germany and for Europe. For this purpose, we published our AI action plan at the end of last year. It focuses on excellent research, broad development, and strong innovation. Our action plan is based on a German AI strategy, which was first published in 2018. The main elements of our AI action plan are: first, we will strengthen the foundations of AI, such as data access, computing power, skilled personnel, and scientific research, and we will harmonize them with each other. Second, we will accelerate the transfer of artificial intelligence applications into Industry 4.0, robotics, medicine, education, and startups. And third, we will enhance the AI ecosystem by strengthening European collaboration. All in all, the action plan contains more than 70 initiatives, of which 20 are new and 50 are continuous activities. The research ministry will support them with 1.6 billion euros by the end of 2025. One main action item is bi- and multilateral cooperation with EU partners, as well as partners who share our values. Slovenian-German cooperation in the research and development of artificial intelligence fits very well into that path. On that note, I wish you and us all a successful workshop, a fruitful debate, and many new starting points for potential further collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kluwer. And before we kick off the official program, I would like to introduce you our special guest, AI avatar of Herman Potočnik Nurdung, developed by the innovative Slovenian startup company Vandri in cooperation with Technology Park Ljubljana. Herman Potočnik Nurdung, an early 20th century visionary from Slovenia, was a key figure in the development of astronautical engineering. His ideas were so ahead of his time that they continue to influence space technology and theory even today. Herman, very nice to have you here and welcome to the Slovenian-German AI Forum. Discussing the aspects of artificial intelligence, I would like to ask you what, in your opinion, is the difference between human intelligence and artificial intelligence?
greetings and thank you for having me here. In my view, the fundamental distinction between human intelligence and artificial intelligence lies in their origins. Human intelligence arises from the intricate workings of the human brain, which enables us to think, reason, learn, and exhibit emotions. On the other hand, artificial intelligence is a product of human ingenuity, created through the development of algorithms and computer systems that mimic certain aspects of human intelligence. While artificial intelligence can perform specific tasks with remarkable efficiency, it lacks the depth and complexity of human cognition and consciousness.
Thank you very much, Herman, for your intro thoughts. And now I'm happy to announce our first keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Antonio Krüger, the Managing and Scientific Director of the German Research Center for AI, as well as the Scientific Director of the Cognitive Assistance Systems Research Department. Professor Krüger, herzlich willkommen.
Thank you very much, and let's see, back like this. Thank you very much, in particular for the invitation to come here to Ljubljana and speak to you about our research institution, about AI, and what role European AI has in the worldwide complexity of AI competition, I would say. Let me start first with an overview on the German Research Center for Artificial Intelligence, which is an institution that has been founded at the end of the 80s in the southwest of Germany, and now is present in 6 of the Bundesländer, so it has spread a little bit. We have grown a lot in the last 10 years. What you can see by this is actually the importance that AI has gained in research and also in economy, but at the same time, also that AI research has come a long way. For many of you, maybe, AI seemed something like, let's say, an invention of the last 10 years, but in fact, AI goes back to the end of the 50s and 60s, where AI started in the US, but then over a long time and different waves, of success and failure, has arrived, I would say, at a decisive moment in time now, where it can basically develop its full potential, in particular for societies. DFKI is organized as a public-private partnership. And therefore, I'm very grateful that I can speak here in front of the Chamber of Commerce, because I believe that's exactly where institutions like DFKI can make a difference, because one of our prime missions is to transfer results from research into application, into industry, but also into startups and small and medium-sized businesses. So this is a very important part. And as you can see here, our shareholders come from all kinds of different parts. Of course, they are the German car manufacturers. I've heard that BMW is here, so it's one of ours. Also, the suppliers, Bosch, you mentioned, but also ZF. But we have also other application domains present. For example, you can see John Deere and Claas. Those are the 2 world leaders in agricultural technology that have early on already started to work with AI in there. Of course, if you think about operating a large harvester on a field, it's a little bit easier to have this run autonomously than actually a car, in traffic jams, in Naples, for example. We have also small and medium-sized manufacturers, automatization like Harting and Rosen, and we have international companies. So you can see here Google, Microsoft, and also NVIDIA. Most of you know that NVIDIA is driving actually the technological development through actually their chips on initially from graphic cards, but now are the leading provider for AI hardware. DFKI, as I mentioned, in 6 different, you will see this on the next slide, but we have over 1,600 employees now. Of course, being a CEO of a research institution, I count actually every head. So all the student assistants that we have, we're very much rooted at the universities, the different sites. There are many students actually that do thesis with us, that in collaboration also with industry. So we have lots of those are pretty young, so we have a very low average age. And of course, many of those then go on after they've spent a certain time at DFKI, developing their skills, and they go to academia, pursue academic careers or careers in industry as well. So this is the current state of labs. You can see there is a certain slant to the southwest. So we started from southwest and moved up. You might ask, why are so many empty fields in the east of Germany and south of Germany? This has to do a little bit something, I could give a full lecture about the political actually underlying reasons why it looks like this, But I would say one good reason is actually that we have many competences in AI in Germany. So there are currently 6 competence centers of AI in Germany. DFKI is one, but we have in Bavaria, we have competency centers in Baden-Württemberg, in Sachsen, for example, also in North Rhine-Westphalia, Berlin, of course. So they're kind of, as usual in Germany, we have a kind of a distributed structure also of excellence here. DFKI, though, is the biggest and also the most established one, dating back to the end of the 80s, as I said. So this is a little bit the DFKI mission, which aligns very well what Tina Klüver said, in terms of a transfer ecosystem. And transferring these results from research of the last 30 years has many facets. Of course, one is through industrial cooperation. I think this is super important. DFKI is project financed, so we run projects, and those are mostly in cooperation with industry. So I would say 90% of those, either funded by the public hand, where industry often pays a certain amount, to basically carry on their part. Also direct investments from industry, of course. We have lots of transfers through education. I think this is super important. In particular, if you think about how universities usually operate, they are very much concentrated, of course, on research. This is very good. Our thesis, our cooperation actually, and the way how we teach is much more in cooperation with industry. So many of the topics that we chose actually for master theses, for bachelor theses and so on, are chosen in cooperation with industry. So the people transfer is very important. We run transfer labs together with industry. It's a particular format where we have certain topics where students, where researchers from DFKI and researchers from industry partners work together. And we have a particular spin-off ecosystem. I think this is also very important. In particular, novel ideas are developed very well in spin-offs. And we have particular ecosystems in place, and I would say in a second a little bit more about this. So if you look to understand also where we stand in terms of AI and what role Europe can play in this picture, one has to consider these different phases of AI in the course of the last decades. So until the 70s, AI system, and at that time, the first mothers and fathers of AI, unfortunately, were mostly fathers, to be honest, but this has changed, fortunately, nowadays. But at that time, actually, people believed that they could solve within a decade, all the problems of artificial intelligence. Of course, this was not true. It was very simplistic at the beginning with the rules of thumb and heuristic problem-solving systems. But then there was actually in the 80s and beginning of the 90s, there were more sophisticated knowledge-based systems coming to market also in research, the so-called, most of them rule-based. Then around the turn of the century, we had the first successful learning systems. And now we are in a phase where that we call cognitive systems, which are basically combining different parts actually of previous research of the previous decades with actually the unleashed power of neural networks, large and deep neural networks. And now the interesting question is how to put this together, you know, with engineering efforts. This is something people often neglect, you know, that you need to engineer systems, modern AI systems, into existing ecosystems, you know. This is, so you cannot just plug and play in this respect, but you have to integrate and engineer, and that's at the moment we're in this kind of fourth phase. And this requires tight collaboration of different players. So if you look at the world landscape in AI, what is interesting to see is that, and this of course is a very simplified view, but the ambassador mentioned this, you know, that we have US, we have China, we have also, of course, Europe. So if you look at the US, so US is very much, and the large language and foundational models that have been mostly started to be developed in the US, they have a very strong focus actually on B2C data. Yeah. This is mainly because they used all the publicly available data to build these large models, you know, both in terms of course, text data, but more recently multimodal. That means all kind of different types of data. Also images, of course, also videos now, and build these very large, actually, language models. If you look at China, you know, there they have more or less copied the same model, but of course they have other, let's say, because these models, as you might know, are hard to control. This is actually something that you have to put a lot of effort in, you know, to do what researchers call alignment, so that these models behave correctly. And what behaves correctly means is different from culture to culture, obviously. Yeah. So in China, behaves correctly is something completely different than behaves correctly in the US. Yeah. And for various reasons, you know, security, the whole surveillance infrastructure, also the sensor chip in China means that these models have been trained differently. There are larger challenges. The more you want to restrict the models for cultural reasons, the more difficult it is to do so, because you need to retrain the models and so on, and then try to make sure that they don't that they react to certain inputs in the right way. China has very much focused actually on national security, of course, a lot on retail, actually. This is pretty interesting, and healthcare, but of course also for social network control. You know, China has a unparalleled infrastructure of cameras and sensors in their environments. So I know this in particular also at the universities, complete arrays, and they use this, you know, in large parts actually in consent also with the population, which is pretty interesting. But this is also, I think, something that where you can see that AI models cannot be detached actually from values that you have. And this is very important also for us in Europe, you know, because while I believe that we share many values actually with the US, for example, we don't share all values, actually, and in particular when it comes to diversity in languages, for example, you know, and the cultural aspects of language that are expressed in these models, I think it makes a big difference if you have control on those models and work on those models. Another interesting aspect, actually, is what you can see here, is actually our focus on not so much on B2C data, but on B2B data. This is a big difference. There is no coincidence that SAP is actually located in Europe as the largest company worldwide for business software. And this is mainly because, and also the data that we have on industrial processes in production is unparalleled, you know, worldwide. The problem is actually to harvest this, you know, and to be able to combine business data, industrial data, production, manufacturing data from all kind of different sources, and to build actually an industrial foundation model. You know, there are a couple of companies out there that try to do this. SAP has started to venture in this direction. I think this is a very good idea, and this is, I guess, from a commercial standpoint, this is actually a unique selling point of Europe, because the industrial structure that we have with all the small and medium enterprises that are very heterogeneous, and the data that we have there makes a difference. This is something that at the moment US doesn't have and also China doesn't have. And to leverage on that one, I think this is actually our chance here in Europe. And this requires also that we take care of our own foundation models, that we work on our own models, that we develop those models and we work on those. Okay. Very quick, because I don't want to spend too much time on this. So there are different learning methods that are used in AI, and they have all their rights. For example, OpenAI was very keen on not involving users initially in their learning processes, so they purely wanted to learn from data. This is so-called unsupervised machine learning, which worked well to a certain extent, In order to make ChatGPT a big success as it is now, they had to do a lot of human reinforcement learning. So they invested a large amount of resources to get the models to behave, human-like in a chat situation. The base model, GPT-3 and also 4, if you just use them, they are far from being so elegant in dialogues as actually ChatGPT is. So one has to understand this. There's lots of also human training in there. It's not just the data. It's also human training that makes the system as a success. And this is nice actually with large foundation models. You can adapt them, and having this base model allows you to go in all kind of different directions. Okay, this is just one slide on foundation models. This is basically where I just want to make the point that you have these foundation models, and then you can, and therefore they're called pre-trained models because you have a certain trained core, and now you can adapt that core into different directions, with much less training, actually. This is a big advantage. So you can take that, let's say, the semantics of the large model and try to do an interpretation with your data from your company, for example, by putting training that large model, extending it with the knowledge, for example, of your company. This is actually a large advantage of these models over models that of previous generations. So if you look at the large language models here, you see most of them actually come from the US. We have a couple of models that actually, and from China. We have now, in recent times, there have been a couple of models that also came from Europe. In particular, in Europe, we started with open source models. This, I think, is again a very interesting development, where I believe, for example, you might know that Meta, they put their chat model Llama in open domain. So it's open source to a certain extent. So partially open source, I would say. You don't know exactly which data they used and so on, but the model itself is open source. And you can see, so these red dots are the new ones. You've seen that Google started with actually an open source model and then changed it. But Meta is the larger player. There is also a European open source model. Actually, there are two. I will talk about Mistral in a second. There is Bloom, which is a large initiative in Europe that is open source, a large language. Oh, sorry. Oh, I have to stick here. I tend to run around, but there are microphones here, someone. So I promise I stick here. Yeah. So Bloom is an open source model that has been used resources actually from many research institutions in Europe. So again, I think this is a power also in Europe that we can put our resources, our knowledge together to do something like this. There has been, and also NVIDIA has supported this. So, and the interesting observation about open source model is again, we are so much used to the digital platform economy. And the digital platform economy, it's clear, this is basically a monopolist direction. The one who has the biggest platform is the one that will succeed. This is unclear actually with large AI models because this is not a platform, it's a piece of technology. It's like a product in a way. So we can have potentially many different kind of language models or foundation models. They can have different kind of flavors, and they can also be open source, you know. And then the question is, for the technology providers, how do they monetize actually their technology? Is this really through the model itself? Will those models in 5 to 10 years become a commodity, you know? Will this be part like an operation system? So with operation systems, you know, the cost of a single operation system nowadays is close to zero, more or less, you know. There are even open source operation systems like Linux. So the question is, will this go this way, you know? And this is a difference to the digital platform economy, which is good news for us because in digital platform economy in Europe, we've never been very good because this B2C business was never something that we were very good at. Yeah. There are still a lot of challenges actually with generative AI, lots of room for research to make this really trustworthy in a way, because I believe this is super important for many companies, you know. You don't want to have actually processes, unknown results, you know, that you cannot then even explain later on. So backtracking from errors is very important. Evolving from mistakes is important, and this requires systems with properties that we currently don't have, but research is strongly underway. Maybe to highlight a little bit the European opportunities at the moment in AI. So we have, there has been lots of things going on in the last, I would say, in the last year or last 2 years. So we have a couple of larger players in Europe in AI models. So we have Aleph Alpha, that's a German startup company that just recently raised €500 million actually from German money. This is interesting. So no venture capitalist from somewhere else, so from Germany. We have Mr. AI, French company, who has raised a similar sum. We have Stability AI, which is behind the diffusion models, you know, the image generators, which have an office in London. They come from London, London, US, but also with lots of contributions actually from German research groups. Yeah, and we have a very strong starting now startup ecosystem in Germany, for example. You know, also in France, by the way. Yeah, at the same time, we start to organize research more on a European level, between France and Germany, INRIA and DFKI. INRIA is a large French research institution. We have tight collaborations since 2019 and spent millions actually of working together, which I think is very important. And if I understand the German government correctly, they want to invest also in this collaboration. I think it's important to just also take the European perspective and not only the German perspective. It's very important. Of course, Germany and France are the largest economies, so this is important to put this, to basically connect those, but in the end, it's important that this is a complete, full European initiative. Yeah? And there will be large calls now from Horizon, the Horizon calls from the Commission actually to address actually these collaborations in Europe. I think this is good. Okay, DFKI itself, I don't know how much time I have left. No, 5 minutes or so? No, I'm just talking 15 minutes? Okay, perfect. So then this gives me a little bit a chance also to talk a little bit about some research examples and then also about the EU AI Act and the regulations. Let me start actually with research. So at DFKI, we operate in different contexts that we call living labs. Those are basically research initiatives with industrial partners in a certain domain. So we have such a lab in retail. So the Schwarz Gruppe, which is the owner of Lidl, for example, is also a shareholder of DFKI. In the automotive domain, smart cities, and so on. So this is an important mode of operation. And many of our collaborations actually take place in the industry sector. And if you think about AI, currently these large models that we see, these language models, these foundation models, they purely at the moment operate in the digital realm. And OpenAI, when they started actually their research initiative, And by the way, they started as an also as a very open and open source oriented company. And when they noticed that, you know, there is a lot of money involved, they basically kept their name, but were not so open anymore. Yeah. So, and when they started, they had a robotic department, you know. And robotics is interesting because robotics connects, it's actually that part of AI that connects to the real world, you know, that does actions in the real world, that's able to learn from the real world. The problem with that is that this takes a lot of time, you know. Physics cannot be tricked. You cannot speed up, you know, learning processes in the real world by a factor of 1,000. Maybe you can double it or triple it. You can parallelize it, of course, but this requires lots of resources. So you can have 1 million robots learn something, every robot learns something different, and then you put the things together. But it's much more complicated than doing this in the digital world. So OpenAI started to say, okay, no, we stop that robotic research, you know, we just purely concentrate on foundation models that can learn in the digital domain, where we can speed up learning as, let's say, as fast as technically possible. You know? And, but now, since we have these models, actually the robotics comes back. And these models, and since the big question now is how to combine actually these digital models that we have with the real world, you know, and robotics is a component. We will see now many actually assistant systems that work on a physical component. This can be exoskeletons, this can be robotics that work in unknown environment, and large language models are used to do this, but in particular also in factories. Of course, when you look at the level of digitization that we have at the moment, unfortunately, Germany, I would say now that in many, and I don't know how this is in Slovenia, maybe you, I guess in principle, these little bit smaller countries are a little bit more agile, so you might have a higher level of digitization, you know, here than in Germany. The problem is you need that level of digitization to be able to start to think about AI usage, you know. It's sometimes we called it, you know, I used to call it the second wave of digitization. So the first one is digitizing everything that you have. So basically what people sometimes refer to as the paperless office. So you have no paper anymore, everything is digital. But the second wave is actually making sense out of that data, you know. But this kind of making sense, which is basically what AI is doing, you know, making sense out of data. And by thus allowing novel exploitations for new digital product, commercialization, and so on, this requires this level, you know. And therefore, this digital twin idea is so important that you have kind of a very sophisticated digital layer. We are in many factories, you know, also in Germany, we start to have this now. This means now we can put actually AI on top. We can do these foundational models on production data, for example, because the fascination with ChatGPT is that we can talk to it. So it's basically, of course, it's a little bit, the intelligence is always in the eye of the beholder, you know, because it looks like as if we look into a mirror, you know. But technically, you know, you could have a large language model on production data. So that would be nothing that we could directly speak to because we don't speak that language usually. Maybe some engineers could, you know. But it could be super beneficial, you know, to optimize processes in a factory, to reduce resources to a bare minimum, to, for example, to develop novel models that have stronger predictivity, you know, that predict better what's going on, and so on. And this can be used in many areas. So just because we have this highlight, you know, with these chatbots, doesn't mean that this is the only thing that we can use. In a way, it's only the ice tip, you know. And there are many very interesting other structures in data that are not directly related to how we communicate, you know. It's more like machines communicate, for example. There's a very large potential in this respect. Yeah, so here, for example, we work together with Google to use language models also to inform robotic interactions, you know. The interesting part here is you can also do this over distance, you know, through This again, you know, you might have seen Apple has just released the Vision Pro headset. While augmented reality, mixed reality has been around for a while, very similar to artificial intelligence, it's slowly starting now to take off. And it's important because, again, you know, these devices, as well as robotic devices, allow to connect the knowledge that we have in the digital world, the semantics that we have in the large language and foundation models with the real world, you know. That's why these bridge technologies are important, you know, and will change the way how processes work, and this is now the big challenge, how to integrate this in existing processes as usual, you know, the same challenge we have actually with AI systems and models. Okay, yeah, we have a large collaboration. We had a large collaboration with Airbus, one of our shareholders, where this was how human and robots work together in a Airbus construction setting. You know, again, this is also something that we will see more and more. That so the industrial robots is something that are around since the 60s, but industrial robots are robots that have to be caged because they are dangerous. You know, they have large torque forces and so on. And there's a whole class of novel robots that can work together with humans in proximity. You know, because they are aware of the humans. They are smaller, of course. You know, they don't kill a human if they do a wrong movement or so. And these foundation models, in combination with these robots, you know, will make a big difference in factories. A little bit, you know, like the very centralized steam engine, you know, 100 and 200 years ago, required the centralized infrastructure. You know, we will have a much more decentralized infrastructure when it comes to technological support, yeah, with these kind of robots. And the good news is, regarding these so-called cobots, we are very strong in Europe. We have very strong companies, you know, we have very strong research. So this is, again, I believe, one area, you know, where Europe will benefit a lot from foundation models. Here's an example where an augmented reality headset is used, actually, for example, to support worker in maintenance tasks. And the interesting part here, this can also be used for education, of course. And the interesting part here is actually that this can be also a type of remote support, you know. So an expert from can join remotely somebody who's working on site in a certain context here, for example, by fixing these electrical components, you know. This is something where, again, these the large models that you can use to identify objects in the scene, of course, you know, and that you can use to monitor workflow processes and give hints and so on and tips, can be combined actually with a piece of technology that gaps the bridge between the digital and the virtual. In this respect here in VR, in augmented reality headset. Okay. Other things are more straightforward. Many companies now start to use foundation models for search tasks to organize their knowledge within a company. I think this is super powerful because many companies have lots of knowledge, you know, within actually that has been gathered during the first wave of digitization and is now available. But the organization of that knowledge and to exploit that knowledge, often this is just not possible, not scalable, and so on. And AI models provide the opportunity now to do so. You know, and there are many actually approaches that are currently emerging, you know, that help companies to organize this. I think, and DFKI has done this, for example, with PwC and also with other companies. Okay. So those are, I skip that slide and go directly, let's see, directly. Okay. Now, at the reminder of my talk, I would like to highlight a little bit regulation, opportunities, and risks. You have heard that, and I'm also glad actually that the the EU AI Act has now passed actually, has been approved more or less by the governments. You know, I believe it's despite the fact that sometimes, you know, there is this kind of joke and every joke has, of course, a grain of truth in it. You know, the Americans invented, you know, the Chinese copy it, and the Europeans regulate it, you know. This is usually the saying. And while I understand where these jokes come from, you know, I believe that the regulation is important to set actually a certain playing field, you know, in terms of AI. There are many actually risks. I think for startups, it's also important, also for companies in AI, it's important to know what actually the boundaries are in which they operate, you know. So I think this is very important. It can be a chance if other economic systems adapt this. It's not very likely that China will adapt it, but in the US we never know, you know. It is a very good starting point, actually, for international discussion, because what I believe is it's good to have these regulations in Europe, but ultimately we want to have it one level higher, actually, on a global scale. You know? I'm personally involved in a couple of global initiatives. G7 has a working group on AI regulation. I'm part of the International Bletchley group that looks at, tries to compile a safety and risk report on AI, where also China, for example, is part of the group. So there is this possibility to also put everybody around the table. Of course, I guess the result will be weaker in a certain way, you know, but it's still very important that we discuss this also on a global level, you know. And Europe, of course, provides, through this EU AI Act, provides important discussion points also for this global discussion. So what's the approach? The approach is basically a risk-based approach, which I think is very good. It means that we have so-called risk classes, you know, that depend not so much on the technology, but more on the use cases, you know. And I think this is very, very important, you know. Of course, the challenge is, and you mentioned it, the challenge is to prevent over-regulation, to have things kind of double and triple regulated. And I think this is a little bit, I think we went through a couple of discussion rounds. I guess the first, for example, a draft was running into that risk. I think it's now much better. But of course, this is something that over time has to be basically straightened out, you know. The high-risk application classes are, I think, a very good approach because they are basically oriented towards the outcome, you know, not so much of what kind of technology we use, but it allows us to formulate, you know, what our expectations and the limits of AI are for us, you know, without actually posing direct threats to technology. You know. There is, as you might know, some of you might know, that there is, in last minute, there has been, let's say, a certain part of the AI Act that targets large foundation models, you know. I'm a little bit skeptical. I don't think this is really needed because these large models can be used for any kind of application, for completely harmless one and for very, very dangerous ones, you know. And at the moment, the compromise, typical European compromise, is that actually the threshold, and they basically defined the large language models, again, you know, for a scientist, this is not super understandable, just about the resources, computing resources that you need to train it, you know. Okay, so it says nothing about actually intellectual or cognitive power or so, but purely about the size. And this size at the moment is so high that basically none of the models basically fall under that category. So I can live with that, you know. Because what's important is to make sure that innovation is still possible also in Europe. And what we don't want to have is a situation where all young talents that want to work on AI run elsewhere. Yeah? We need to keep them here. You know, this is so important. We've seen this now with OpenAI because, let me be frank here. So OpenAI, they have, and also the other large language model providers that of the very large one, like at Google, they have certain advantages, you know, because they were able to train these models. This has not so much to do with the base technology. The base technology you know, this is rather simple. You know, we know exactly how it works. It's in the public domain because it has been published. There have been also German researchers, as usual. You know, the European researchers been involved in developing that the so-called transformer architecture. But the knowledge lies in the data handling and in the engineering to build these very large models. So these engineers had training in the last 2 years, you know, training that many of our gifted AI researchers and engineers in Europe did not get, you know. So that this, and I think therefore it's important that we keep them here, that we train them on our models and so on to keep the knowledge here. It's not so much about the base architecture, you know, this is clear how this works, you know. And so it has to be an innovative environment also in Europe. And I believe that the EU AI Act is on the right way here, because what we need in the end are AI models that are able to convey trust, that can be where we have safety boundaries, you know, and where we can develop large language models, foundation models that, as I mentioned, that somehow pertain European values, that are focused also to the multicultural and multilingual context that we have in Europe, and I think it's a good way. Here you can see these different risk classes. So there is something like unacceptable risk. Those actually, there the EU AI Act basically states that no actions are allowed in that class. This is, for example, when it comes to surveillance applications, like in China with social scoring and these kind of things, you know, this is an example. Then we have high-risk applications. Now, this high-risk is maybe the most relevant class in a way, because many interesting applications fall under high-risk applications. For example, having decision support systems, you know, in critical situations, for example, that help you in a human resource department of a large company to decide whom to hire, you know. This would be a high-risk application. And the question is, how to, and then certain, so those are still allowed, but certain constraints have to be met and certain guardrails are basically defined. This includes transparency, you know, explanation and all these kind of things, you know. And then we come to the lower risk classes. With a limited risk, you have certain transparency regulations, so you have to basically be able to do certain amount of explanations. And then we have minimal risk, you know, which means the use of AI is unregulated in this part. So, okay, with that, I would like to close my talk and at the same time highlight an initiative that is a European initiative also that started now in Saarbrücken. That's the so-called Certain initiative. That's the new Center for Trusted AI. This is a large international research area now that tries to solve all these open issues. You know, the EU AI Act also has defined certain things, so properties of systems that we would like to have for the high risk class, where we at the moment don't know 100% how to be able to fulfill them, you know. And therefore, more research is needed here, more cooperation also with industry, because this AI research lives also from industry cooperation, because you have the data, you know, we have the research background knowledge and so on, and improvement also in research is only possible with realistic data and large data sets. So with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and thank you for having me here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor Kruger. Just a great introduction into our first panel today, in which we will discuss the EU regulation and global competitiveness of AI. Thank you very much again. And I'm pleased to extend a warm invitation to our esteemed guests. Once again, glad to have you, Professor Kruger. Please, wherever you feel. Dr. Marko Grobelnik, AI researcher and digital champion, AI Lab of Slovenia Jožef Stefan Institute. Dr. Franziska Brandner, Parliamentary State Secretary, Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, who is joining us online. Greetings to Germany, warm welcome.
Morning. Thank you for hosting us.
And Mrs. Spela Keren, Director General of the Digital Society Directorate at the Ministry of Digital Transformation. Welcome. Kindly invite also the moderator, Mr. Matej Golob from Corpo Hub. Please.
All right. That was a really good intro. It made me think, I mean, all the speeches, even the intro ones, and especially this one. I'm going to start with 2 comments, and then we'll go to the first intro question and so on. So February the 2nd, okay, is a special date. Yeah, we know the Council of Ministers, they unanimously confirmed the EU Act. For me personally, the February 2nd is also special because my first daughter was born on that day, and now she's studying, okay? Now, what I'm saying this is, and also there was a comment, I believe, by you or Vesna about the education on Gen AI and so on. And we're doing a small part. We're doing workshops, training, and so on. And whenever we do sort of a survey in the beginning, okay, either Menti or Slido, you know, how much experience do you have with Gen AI, which is mostly ChatGPT, Copilot, stuff like that. And in most of the Slovenian companies, they fall in 3 buckets, okay? 1/3 approximately, I'm sort of averaging out here, is none so far, which is scary, okay? 1/3 is a little bit, which is usually wrong, okay? A couple of prompts, it doesn't work, okay? And then 1/3, they usually use it weekly or so. But then, why I'm linking this to study, to university, I had a short lecture at the first year of one of the faculties in University of Ljubljana, okay? I did the same survey, okay? In the bucket of 0 experience was 0, okay? Every student has experiences, okay? Then less than 1/3, I would say about 20% was a little bit. Majority, the vast majority are using it mostly, okay? Compare this, okay? Students, first year, so they're about 19 years old, 18, 19, 20, so, and the companies. So we have this gap and we need to. The other one, okay, now bringing it to the risks, okay? Because we're gonna be talking about the regulation and so on. We've had a glitch in the first Zoom call, okay? Tina Kluver, I believe, okay? So what did we think, most of us? Okay, yeah, something with a mic or Zoom, something, okay? Probably none of you thought that something else might have happened. Probably didn't. I would say 99% didn't happen yet. But let me tell you, since we want to be, you know, upfront with everything that's happening, we're reading all of the AI stuff, okay? And just recently, a research, I believe there was IBM involved and some other companies, was done that audio hijacking is already possible, okay? I don't know how many of you know this, okay? If there's a call, okay, an AI can get in and then understand what's being said and then produce something obviously in the same voice and so on, so the person on the other side will not know that this is not what was actually said. We know about deepfakes and so on, but now real-time faking of audio and soon video will probably be possible. Probably didn't happen now, for sure, but we don't know. So there was some glitch. I mean, she was saying something. We thought that that was what she was saying back in Berlin. But we can't really be, now upon, certain about that. Yeah? Certain because of that. I know her personally, so I'm pretty sure you know this was not fake. Yeah, no, but I mean, we know about fakes. I mean, recorded fakes, been there a long time and so on, but real-time, you know, hijacking one, so probably not, because it's still, the technology is not there, but you know, this is why, yes, we do need regulation. So this is where we open up the topic. If I can just get the slide for the first question, so we have it. So we're gonna do it, we're gonna jump a little bit because that's how we've had it. So the intro round first, probably with Mr. Kruger, not so necessary because we've already heard your intro, you know, but nevertheless, the intro about you, your role, obviously your organization, and then your view, possibly contribution if you had it, and understanding of the EU regulation. And maybe we start with Marco first.
Okay. Yeah, so a few words. Is this turned on?
Just turn on, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Marko Grubenek. I'm coming from Josef Stefan Institute. So this is like more like Fraunhofer style of institute, but we have like 4 AI departments from early 80s, right? So just this year, it's 40 years that I joined this AI group at JSI, and yeah, now I'm kind of co-head of AI department there. So this is my position right now. Of course, in these 40 years, so I remember, so the time even before the FKI, right? So I remember Wolfgang Walster from early 90s, right? In his yellow jacket, right? He was famous for yellow jacket. Yeah, so these were times of AI where, yeah, we were kind of still learning up, right? Certain things. And then, as Mr. Krieger showed, right, so this evolved in a kind of more or less linear way, right, until this year and a half ago, where it was a surprise even for us, right? Well, despite being in this business for a long time, this was surprise. We still don't understand why things work so well. We know how it works, how they work. We don't know why they work so well, right? And what we can do now basically looks like, from the perspective of a year and a half ago, magic, right? Things what we do like in a few minutes were a year and a half ago impossible, right? So, so this kind of things, like you mentioned before, deep fakes and so on, these are easy things, you know, these are easy things. We didn't even touch today the hard stuff we can do, right? So these are which are exciting. Maybe just to refer to some of the projects which you mentioned before, right? You mentioned, okay, semantic search, which I know well that this is a kind of important topic. But let's say today we can do, and we are actually doing it already, search over the future, right? So Google and these kind of search engines offer you search over the past and search over the present, right? What we can do now is search over the future, right? Well, is it possible? I mean, typically people ask, yes, I can show you. It works, actually, right? So search over the possible futures. We don't really know, but about realistic possible futures, right? So a year and a half ago, this was like impossible, right? Now, this was the cost of 1 week of work for the prototype, right? And some cost of money, obviously, but money was, let's say, insignificant, right? So things like this we can do now, right? Now, just not to be too long, right?
I think you can add the regulation aspect. You know,
yeah, the regulation aspect. So I'm in this regulation business now from 2018, right? Pretty much. Slovenia is small, so one person needs to do several things. So I'm first. Yeah, on one side I still need to do a bit of programming, right? On the other side I help with policy matters. So yeah, so I'm involved in OECD heavily, right? I'm country representative for NATO AI committee, then I'm CTO of UNESCO AI Institute we have, right? GPI, Global Partnership on AI, Council of Europe, right? So I'm kind of covering these bodies, right? And hope now we will get involved with UN, this advisory board as well. Yeah, so what I would say in terms of regulation, so this was not mentioned before. So now kind of 5 years are passing roughly from the time when we started seriously discussing AI regulation on international level. What happened in the meantime, right? It happened a couple of things, but the most important one usually is not even mentioned. So we learned at least to speak the common language. You know, in 2018-19, the trouble was that lawyers and policy makers were speaking one language. We scientists, technologists, we were speaking another language, and this was month by month, meeting by meeting, we were learning terms, concepts from each other, right? In the meantime, kind of we learned, I mean, we got to know each other. So we are kind of now, after so many years, friends, we can call each other and so on. Before this was simply not there, right? So I don't know, like organizations like OECD and others like helped a lot, right? And this contributed also to discussions in AI Act, which this was like an evolving discussion over from 2019-20 on, right? So from this 10-page document, which you maybe remember, right, which was kind of nice, but still 10 pages with some rough ideas now to this fairly detailed provisions which are pushed in annex so that they will be able to get changed since AI is changing so fast, right? So, I mean, all these small little details which actually can affect the game, right? And, well, despite EU is saying, well, we are first in regulation, we are not, right? Chinese did it just over the summer, right, in August, and they have it first one, right? Small, practical, effective regulation, right? We have a little bit broader, right? So these are a couple of things, right? So in terms of regulation, yeah, so since AI is moving so fast, whatever we agree now, in a year or two from now, will have to be changed. We know already, right? We just don't know in what way exactly, because it's just too fast, right? So things which were happening last week, you know, will have consequences, and let me not count what happened, right? So this is how we perceive the evolution of AI. Not to be too long,
yeah,
right?
No, let this be the initial view, because in the next round, we're actually going to go into details, how, the pluses and deltas, what you actually think. So we did, back to you, Mr. Kruger, we already know the FKI and you and so on. Maybe a sub-question, how much were you actually involved in the whole preparation of the Act? Probably, huh?
Yeah, so we have been heavily involved from the beginning. There was a high-level expert group on AI, which basically started all these kind of discussions, about impact of AI. And then we have been throughout the course of the different drafts. And maybe something that I remember also was that in the initial draft, there was a very crude definition of AI, for example. And this was exactly this kind of lack of language, because it was mainly written also by philosophers and so on. So but now I think we adopted the UNESCO definition, which I think is good, So OECD, sorry, the OECD definition, which is good, and all these kind of little steps, that you have to do. So as I said, I think it's a good starting point. One thing now that everybody needs to know is having a regulation is the very first step, or a kind of a framework. Now we have to go into standardization, because it's in the end the standards that define, what exactly is meant by the regulation, And this is, again, a whole process now, So people have to be aware of that.
Okay, so you were both saying about the language. Now you have a common language, so that different sides. Okay, now we have one of those sides, two ladies from two ministries. We want to see Mrs. Brandner now, if you can. So, Mrs. Brandner, so we're still in the intro question. So you need to do a little bit of a intro and your organization, the ministry, and so on, and your initial view on the topic.
Pleasure being on this common forum, and it's always a pleasure to work with this Slovenian government. It's one where we have very good cooperation. So thanks for the cooperation at our expert level. So I'm with the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action. See, there's a climate action. But we also have relevant parts, of course, in energy, but also on digital. And our ministry was together with the Ministry of Justice, the leaders on the AI Act at the European level. So we were the two main negotiators, but we had, of course, a close cooperation with the Ministry of Transport and Digitalization and the Ministry of Science, which is also important when it comes to AI. And for us, if I may say so, what was important is to have a regulation that is innovative, that allows our companies to drive, that also allows copyright holders to continue to live on their creativity, on what they create, and at the same time to reduce, and where needed, totally forbid the risks that are too high for our democracies and our individual societies to take. And I think that was the balance that we needed to find from the beginning, which was a challenging one, especially when there's a technology concern that is still evolving. So I think that, you were talking about dangers, risks for our democratic society. And I think that is the one focus, and the other one is how can we use all the opportunities that the AI offers, and to find that good balance. That was for us from the beginning the main challenge. And I think you are right to mention the risks to democracy. The question of what is true, who is communicating the truth, will be so much more difficult in the future, and how our democracies can stand in that way will be, I think, one of the defining questions for generations to come.
All right, thank you very much for this intro. Now going back home to our minister here, Ministry for Digitalization, Spila Keren, a little bit of intro organization. The contribution probably was the main ministry and the initial view.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Spila Keren. I'm in the last 14 days, I'm in this role at the Ministry of Digital Transformation. My past career was deeply rooted to the ICT sector. So I was working in digital healthcare, telecommunications, digital banking, and of course, trusted services. So I'm quite new at the public institution, so I deeply feel your needs, and of course, I will support you in the future. So I'm also very proud of my colleagues who collaborated in this long process until the 2nd of February. I think Slovenia played quite a big role. We gave a lot of, we prepared positions, we prepared a lot of recommendations. They listened to us, and of course, we confirmed the final text of AI Act. But for me, the most important thing was that we were able to collaborate. Because if you collaborate and if you have the knowledge and trust, then you can support the innovation. And I think this is the essence of the AI Act. We will need those values also in the future, because we have to prepare the governments and, of course, AI implementation. And with all those, based on these values, we will manage to of course, enable and support the growth of our countries, our economy, and that's very important for us.
I'm really tempted to ask something which wasn't prepared, because you keep mentioning the collaboration, and what you all mean is collaboration between people, okay? But since last year, at least in our world, collaboration is always between people plus AI. I mean, we almost never collaborate on some topic without some sort of AI add-on, second opinion, whatever. Now, the question I'm really tempting to ask, but feel free to answer or not, did you use any Gen AI, ChatGPT, whatever, while producing the text for the Act of AI?
I can tell you how...
Well, like even for some draft, I mean, at the end, obviously, somebody had to type it and then, the council, but was there any Gen AI generating text for it?
So for last 5-6 years at OECD, there was no single moment where we used it for the final text. We were checking, let's say, the OECD AI definition, which was about words and commas right at the end. We tried, but it was simply too sensitive. We humans were way more. At the end, it was really a political question, right? So it was simply ChatGPT was not good enough for this because the level of details which we had to address were too tiny and was impossible to explain. This was OECD. Other documents, as much as I've seen, not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Same here.
I don't think that there was much Gen AI involved, mainly also because we are kind of, ChatGPT is around, I think, 14 months or 15 months. And as I mentioned, you know, of course, GPT-3, which was an initial model ChatGPT was based on, you know, we all, and I completely second what you said, you know, we were pretty amazed what you can do after this kind of human reinforcement learning phase, you know, because the original model was much cruder, you know. So there was not really a very strong hint, you know, that something like this would be possible. So in this respect, I don't know what actually people did in the commission in the end, you know, with the text, but as far as I'm concerned, you know, I think this is mostly human intelligence, you know, that went into
This has been going on for a while. Yeah, sure.
I just want to say, because we didn't use it for that law, but we have set up a policy in the ministry, how and under what rules. You cannot hear me?
No. We're trying to see you, but at the back they're saying that we don't have your video. Now we do.
No, I just want to say we didn't use it for that law, but we have set up recently guidelines on how our staff can use ChatGPT in the ministry for what kind of tasks. And we have hired Aleph Alpha to do our own AI within the ministry to facilitate work. So we're using it, and I think it's correct that we use it to make our work better and save also people's minds for the difficult tasks that ChatGPT or Aleph Alpha, the equivalent, cannot solve. But yeah, so that for your information, that we are collaborating with AI in our ministry.
Thank you.
May I add just a sentence? However, right, since I'm reviewing also these Horizon projects which you mentioned before, I must say it's a pain reading these proposals these days because pretty much all of them are written in, at least in parts, with ChatGPT or one of these tools, right? And it's such a pain reading, so human reading robotic texts and evaluating, and then on the other side you have human EU officers which are pressing you that you should judge this as it would be human text, and you see it's not, you know. It's such a pain. It's such a pain. In the fall I stopped reading them and I stopped the contract because I gave up. I thought, well, my life is more fun otherwise. Right?
All right.
Maybe just, so you know, these large language models and foundation models, they have a certain tendency to a regression to the mean. What does this mean? This means, of course, you know, it's kind of the condensed semantics, you know, of world knowledge. And you get something mediocre out of it, you know, in principle. You can tune it in a way that it can also be creative and so on, but most people just use it in a vanilla flavor way, and then things are often more tending towards the boring part of life.
All right, now I see that we're going to have the thread. So we're moving on to the next question. So still staying in the obviously EU regulation. Now the plus and delta, where we go maybe deeper on your opinion on what's actually good at the state right now, and then where we should be changing it, the delta part. But before, this is where we start including you. So the QR code that you see here is actually the Slido. That's for you. You either scan it or go to slido.com. And I will be looking at the questions on my phone and then extending it to my guest here. The thread being, I don't think I've ever received, because we're doing this kind of panels a lot, ChatGPT or Gen AI generated question. Maybe today is going to be the first one. So maybe one of you will say, like, these guys are talking about this. So what should be a really good question? You know, ask ChatGPT and pose it to me. I don't know. But then maybe flag it so that we'll know. Because this is real. This is happening. So, okay, we're going another round, starting with Marco. So we already touched on it. So what we say is the plus, what is really good at what was agreed on the February the 2nd, the current act, and where it would probably need to change, or it will change very soon.
Yeah, Mr. Krieger already mentioned some of these things. I agree. So maybe, but to summarize, right? So AI Act, I think it's it's a good compromise, right? So it's regulating applications, not technology, right? There were a little bit of these discussions on the general purpose things, but I mean, this was fear and incompetence and rush. This would be three terms why this happened, right? So it's regulating applications, and there's red line and the yellow line and so on, where some things are clearly forbidden, which, and for these applications, which we more or less agree that this is likely good to be forbidden. So you don't want to have this hidden manipulation of people. You don't want to have I don't know, real-time face recognition on public places, so that you at least we would feel okay walking just in the center of city or somewhere, right? And things like this. This is, I think nobody even criticized that part. Okay, certification, you know, we know, I mean, we are taking pills, medical pills and so on, and we have trust because of certification into this. Otherwise, who knows what we would be eating. The same thing here, so there should be a level of important or critical applications which require some certification. So just verifying, do these applications do what they promise to do, nothing else, right? And then the rest is kind of easy AI, right? So this is, in spirit, this is it, this risk-based architecture. Now, since things are evolving and we may experience many more things this year, next year, right? The whole thing will have to get updated, sure, everybody knows, but it's good somehow that we Europeans, at this stage with this regulation, right? And well, the forbidden things will start being in function in June, right? 6 months from then the certification in a year from now. Many things open. We don't know how to certify things properly yet and so on, but at least we are on a path, right? Plus, there are tons of EU Horizon and other projects, right, which are dealing with this. So we are kind of gaining know-how now, right? So I think we are on a good path because, you know, we in kind of computer science or complexity science, we have, you know, this concept of phase transition, we call, right? Everybody knows phase transition. Phase transition is when water turns into an ice, right? So it's a sudden moment, right? So this is a very fundamental concept in nature, right? But also in society, and when things will start affecting, when AI will start affecting our lives, it will be phase transition. It won't be like year by year slowly. No, it will be pretty fast, and we need to be prepared. So this is my position, right?
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think I mentioned my points during my presentation. I also think it's a good starting point. It's also, of course, in a way, a compromise. There is this challenge, you know, where we don't know yet, and this may require, you know, additional efforts, whether our European foundation model activities are fruitful, you know. I mentioned Aleph Alpha, the State Minister Brandner mentioned it also, the German company, we have Mistral, French company, we have other initiatives. I'm super convinced that we need a foundation model in Europe, you know, for various reasons, trust reasons, also because it kind of can be better aligned to the EU Act, because companies in Europe need those models, and we don't want them to run actually and use kind of models from other parts of the world. That's actually, I'm convinced about this. Now, we see how this will go, you know, and eventually whether there is enough innovation potential also in the EU AI Act. I think so, in principle, so my gut feeling would say, okay, this should work, but we need to be ready to adapt, actually. This is important. EU AI Act allows this, which is good. Yeah.
Okay. Going to Mrs. Brandner, and then later on, Ms. Keren, a little bit of an, not yet. A little bit of a, now you see what's coming. A little bit of an unfair question, because you were the one, you know, creating the act and then, you know, getting it through. But still the question, what is the plus? Obviously, you know, it's there. And then what is maybe the first delta that will come?
Thank you. I think as actually to say it's there, it's a plus. And I think on many of these parts we have found a good balance. And I'm not sure if we would restart negotiations, we could come to a better balance, because there are many different interests, concerns for the copyright holders, for the business secrets of the foundation models, etc. So there are tensions. And I think or on biometrics, the security needs, at the same time, the individual rights perspective, they are difficult to bring together. And I think the compromises we found are a good balance. But as was just said, they might need to be adjusted in a couple of years. And I think that's what we also, and that's the second good point, that we managed to do that law so that it can be adapted to future technological evolutions. We also, for example, on the question of foundation models with systemic risk or no, we put in the state of the art. So to really be sure that we do take into account what happens with the technology. And I think that was on many negotiators' mind, was to say this law has to be adaptable to what will happen. What are the difficulties or what are the challenges? I think for us, it's implementation. In Germany, how do we do it so that it's not bureaucratic, so that we keep that innovative space? We are a federal state, so the question will come, what is at the federal level, what is at the state level? I will very much plead for having it all at the at the federal level, so that we have a unified implementation and not 16 times. But this is our German duty, but I think it's an important one when it comes to will it be successful or not. And the second part, and I'm very happy that the Commission will establish a working group. It's on the connection with other laws, product-specific laws, like in the medical sector or in vitro, where we have to really make sure that we don't create double burdens and have different risk assessments in different product regulations. So I think there we really need to make sure it will not kill too much, it will not create too much hurdle and difficulties for our companies to use AI. And I think it will be key that the Commission gives good guidelines on the implementation in this area, on the interlinkages with other laws. And that we have managed to get the Commission to set up this working group immediately after the adoption of the law, to talk together with companies in the sector to make sure that we have a smooth and well-suited implementation.
All right, thank you very much. And the view of our ministry, the pluses and the deltas.
Yeah, thank you. I think the finalization of the text of the AI Act is very positive because it supports innovation and, of course, builds trust and mitigate the risks. Our ministry, or also Slovenia, highlighted the issues about the risk assessment methodology, classification in high-risk segment, then also provision of effective protection, the scope of regulation, proposals of prohibited practices, regulation of open source, and also how the management and control framework should be designed. Of course, collaboration between the EU, European level, and also country level. And of course, I agree with my colleagues that the challenge will be introduction of the of course, management and control in the future, and of course, standardization. That is why we formed a group, the organization CIST, technical committee, which is involved in the development of standards at the European level. And of course, later on, we will also invite you to collaborate with them and try to find the right solution on systematization.
Good, thank you very much. We're still staying here, so not yet time for Herman, because we received a couple of really good questions. I'm gonna join two of them. First one by Leon Hensel. Do you think we need a label like AI Inside or is it even part of the EU AI Act? So that's one thing. But now the other one, which is a broader one, and then I'll take whoever will take this. The challenge was taken. So somebody wrote that this question was ChatGPT created, okay, and shortened by Slido AI. Not sure what that means. So which means the question is labeled, it's AI, but the question is it's actually pretty good. So what adjustments are needed in EU regulation to address deepfake technology, algorithmic bias, and ethical implications of AI-powered decision-making? All right?
I can quickly respond. So this label AI inside. So it's, in a way, yes, but let's think about it, right? So there's so many products which already have AI inside, so that this would be total nonsense, right, to put on every of it. Maybe what it would deserve would be this significant AI inside, right? So that AI significantly influences the functioning of the product and so on. So this would have way more sense, but of course now we would need to go in another round of boring long discussions, and then at the last evening light they would decide the last 2 hours, because everybody would be tired, right, what to do. I mean, I'm just paraphrasing what happened with the AI Act at the end, right? Now, I mean, after so many years, humor keeps you up, right? The other thing, what adjustments need to be made to what?
To address deepfakes, algorithm bias.
This is, you see, but this is serious answer, right? So this is adversarial game, right? So whatever you do, the other side will do something else, and you need to do more and so on. This is not something now we will do something and it will stop. It won't. Simply it won't, right? So this is like with viruses or with many other things. There are too many things on the on a stake somehow, so too many benefits can come out of deep fakes and so on, especially, let's say, in this year of elections, right? So, with a couple of cute deep fakes, you can make so much gain that, well, temptation is too big, right? So the only way, really, if you want to fight, this is not just for deep fakes, but other things. So if you want to fight evil AI technology, right, you need to respond with equal tools, certainly not weaker, right? I mean, you cannot fight tanks with bare hands, right? Or just with some regulation that you're not allowed to use the tools, right? So nobody will care, right? So the only proper response is on the same level, right? And yeah, we are doing this, right? What should I say? But it doesn't stop. Right?
Okay. Anybody else wants to also add? You want to add?
Yeah, I in principle agree. So I wonder if a label makes a lot of sense. It would be as if putting a label on IT inside, it will be everywhere, so you need to put then a label everywhere. So I don't think that it will make much sense. I'm regarding actually deep fakes and so on. Of course, there will be, and the big companies are already doing this, there will be initiatives, regarding proof of origin, kind of provide proof of origin through watermarks and so on, The question is, this will help to a certain extent, but only to a certain extent, because many people just don't care, about watermarks and so on. But this is not a new situation, actually. We already have those. We have deep fakes and so on, It's a little bit matter of how you navigate digital information. It's a matter of education, of course, also. And it's a matter of technological responses. So this whole combination is needed in order to address these challenges. But I completely agree. I think those are addressable. I'm not pessimistic in this respect. We have a larger scale now through AI in terms of what can be done. But in principle, the problems are already there, and we need to face them. Yeah.
Mrs. Brandner, Mrs. Kern, you want?
I think legally we have options there. The question is what is technically feasible. The watermarking of text, as far as I understand, is very difficult. The watermarking of pictures is easier, but it's So I think it will depend on what can you technically do so that it's really possible. Legally, I think we have created room for addressing this. It will, of course, afterwards depend on the implementation. Like the AI office has a role there to play. And as my colleague just said, that governance structure will have to be set up, and it will be important on how this will work. But I think it will be implementation question on the governance side and the technical side. And the rest is education, like as we have to do it now. I'm like, this is what you said in the beginning, people are used to it, are not. How much are they aware that they have to check it, where their sources are? I think this is a general duty of all of us to make sure that we have a better educated, population, not just the kids, but everyone on the risk and of AI, but also I would agree, which of course exists without AI, and where we see that those opponents of democracy are using them more often now than in the past, and they do it in a very concerted way across Europe. So you have the same deep fakes in Slovenia and in Germany, and they are playing very well together. So the Democrats just will also have to play together very well in order to fight that threat, which is a real one.
All right, thank you.
I completely agree with colleagues. So regarding the impact, it's important to assess the impact, and in high where the impact could be big, then I propose that we put that on that label on.
All right, we have a couple of questions here. Thank you very much. Keep on coming. Probably we will not be able to take them all, but some of them are already transitioning to the competitive side of these discussions. So regulation is, let's say, the other side of the coin. The being competitive and free and so on is maybe the other side. I'm going to take a short break because somebody else is going to pose a question to you now. Herman?
Let's compare EU and other AI regulations in the world. How do they compare, and how does it affect competitiveness? Specifically, we mean, of course, US and China regulations, as the front runners in this game.
We start.
Yeah, so as has been mentioned, China was very quick, to put their own set of regulations. For them, it's also very important. And it will be interesting to see how well they succeed also to do this. It's a little bit unclear. You know that China, against also opinion of different groups, managed to censor the internet pretty well, which I found remarkable, Now, of course, censoring actually large language models and foundation models is also a challenge, in particular because we, as has been mentioned before, we don't know exactly why this kind of emergent properties, arise, and at which point and to what they lead, So it will be interesting to see. So this is actually, so currently, they have very strict regulations. These systems have to do tests and so on, and then they are released. Usually my observation is that these Chinese models are usually put into smaller contexts, because then you can control them better, rather than have these kind of completely large open models. Okay, we will see, In the US, they have more an approach of, let's say, a much more liberal approach. They have guidelines. They ask the companies basically to deliberately basically accept those somehow, but it's at their discretion. So it's at the moment, So, there is, I think there is a place for a regulation that is a little bit stricter and firmer, and that is based on certain values, that are clearly articulated. I think this is the big advantage of the EU regulations, and that are not just kind of suggestions, I think this is a little bit, in my opinion, the state, how these things are. I mentioned earlier what I believe, what is super important, that we continue to have these kind of global discussions, based on these different already existing regulations, because if you want to see it from a positive side, obviously US, China, and Europe agree that there has to be some kind of regulation, There is none of the three are saying we don't need those, So, and I think it's important to basically continue with these global ones. The OECD has a process, you know, there's a Bletchley process, you know, that stems from the summit, you know, of last November in the UK. There are a couple, actually, the G7 has one, and so on, you know, so there are kind of different directions where China is also sitting at the table, and I think this is very, very good, actually, and it has to be continued.
Marco?
Yeah, so I can certainly agree with this. I mean, if, let's say, by all measurements, right, so there are three players in the world, US, Europe, and China. Europe jointly, right? Not countries themselves are weaker, right? But jointly, we are there on the map. Well, this Chinese approach, right? So, not sure how many people actually read this document, right? Which is Chinese, but there's translation. A year ago, everybody was laughing to Chinese approach because there were these statements, well, that these LLMs and so on need to pertain socialistic values and so on. It looked like really funny, right? But the August version is, I mean, I wish to have something like this here, you know. Basically, it's made, they said, okay, we'll approve companies which will be allowed to do this Gen AI. They were right away, it was like, I think 17 or something were approved. I know 2 very well. And basically it was do whatever you want for the rest of the world. Within China, try to be a little bit careful. If you make a mistake, you have 3 months to move away this mistake, but for the rest of the world, do whatever you want. This is Chinese law in 2-3 sentences. There's not much more, right? No socialism mentioned anymore, and so on. So, I mean, in that sense, this is, very practical approach, right? Americans, in this complexity and speed of AI evolution, right? So Biden and these top 7 companies made this, whatever they call this, voluntarily conduct, right? So they said, okay, Biden said, okay, so do whatever you want, just don't just behave, like, you know what's good, do good, right? And they said, yeah, we will do good, and that's it. And then the week after, they made this association, and now they're trying to behave, right? Okay, this is American approach, and European we discussed already. But now, what's relevant now behind the scenes, right? So there are at least two-level competition going in the back, right? So one is obviously geopolitical competition, right? So US, China for sure, right? And Europe, well, whatever we say, but we are lagging behind, and we likely will blow up the same thing in the same way as with search engines, right? So, so we did, right? So everybody's using at the end Google, right? I mean, you had this trial with Quero, right? But didn't succeed well back then. But this was the last big trial in Europe, really, right? So this is a geopolitical competition, right? Also now in Gen AI. The second level competition is between companies, right? Big battle between Microsoft, Google on the other side. Chinese players are coming, right? The only thing what Chinese are missing is infrastructure, so GPUs, right? As soon as they will have this, and they will have this, right? They will be equally good or better. They are smart as hell. Don't underestimate these people. They're smart, friendly, open. They're not like some evil beasts on the other side. They are appearing, they talk a lot about what they do, right? It's just, they're lagging behind in the infrastructure, right? So these are, at least these 2 levels of competition are happening, geopolitical and commercial, right? And the third one is also in science where, well, basically whoever has collaboration with either NVIDIA, Microsoft, or Google, right, can participate, or Meta maybe can do something on that front. Everybody else is just a user. So this is the status as I would see at the moment, right?
All right. Giving the word to the regulators, Mrs. Brandner, Mrs. Karen. So how do you see that?
I think, as was mentioned, that you have regulation in the different contexts now. In the US, you also have the state level, you have laws in California, New York, etc. So it's also a bit of a patchwork there. And I think I agree that we need to have some regulation, hopefully one day, or some agreement at global level. That's why you have now the UN, United Nations group, and I think that is good. But of course, it was right at the same time to keep the European law to our values and still work with definitions that are larger. That's why the OECD definition, I think, was important to take so that it's compatible with other, for example, with the US or Canada, etc. But of course, it's an evolving regulation. And on the Chinese, I thought it was particular that they have different dimensions to what you can do at home and what you can do abroad. And the certification process is, of course, a very critical one there in terms of who is allowed to be on the market and not. And I think that will define what kind of AI de facto you will have in China. And we will have competition, of course, here. And I think that's why it's so important that we have our own foundation models. And I think that was said in the beginning. For me, it's really key that we will make them grow and that we will have our own foundation models. That will be, if we can only choose between American and Chinese one, I think we will be in a very difficult position. And then we might still have the best regulation, but it will not give us a lot of, safety, security. And allow me to mention one point which hasn't been mentioned. The US, the executive order also focuses quite strongly on the general security, not on individual liberties, but on red teaming, etc. And I think that was not so present in the European debate. We have hardly had any debate about what can terrorists do with that. I'm like, in some very crazy scenarios, but we focused a lot on individual rights, non-discrimination, etc., which is fair. But I think the American focuses quite strongly also on to protect infrastructure, critical infrastructure, etc. And I think for me, it's always been interesting to see the difference of the debate in the US and here. We have it now in the law as well on red teaming, etc. But it was never the focus of the public debate.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah. Mrs. Kern.
This is the first regulation, but last week I was on UNESCO forum here in Slovenia. On that forum there were 67 countries worldwide, and nobody disagrees that the regulation is not necessary. So I think this is the first regulation, and it will evolve in the future also to other countries. But I would like to expose also another parallel. You exposed Herman Potočnik, and I read about that. We can build parallel between space competitiveness on the European area in comparison to China and also United States. So we built a European Space Agency after the regulation on space, and then we built also Galileo and also Copernicus. So we enabled also at the area of European Union that we are competitive against China and United States. So I strongly believe that act is the right step, and looking forward.
So we shouldn't be as gloomy as maybe some see. Marco, looking at you.
No, you see, I mean, one is the wishful thinking, the other thing is reality. So if we don't admit where we stand, right, we cannot move anywhere, right? So, I mean, the question is, does Europe has, I don't know, 30,000 GPUs on one spot being available for 3 months? It doesn't have. Simply, this is the fact. Now, we can say, well, we need our own foundation models, our competitive LLMs. Yeah, each country is building its own LLM. Slovenia, Croatia, I don't know, now as in Norway, Norwegians are doing this, Finnish, and so on. But for national pride and language, it's fine, right? But will these products have impact? This is the question, right? Likely not, right? Likely not, and it's better to see these ahead and not like investing money now and praying that something will happen. It won't, because in the meantime, you know, I mean, just read news or Twitter because it's faster, right? What's happening in the meantime, right? I mean, we are trying to catch up results from a year and a half ago, you know? So in our future, we want to catch up American past,
can
right?
I drive you, staying with you, can I drive you to our next question, which is, okay, so then how should we, businesses, institutions, adjust, refocus, and maybe since this is a Haka event, you know, maybe Germany, Slovenia, or you know, corporations, so what is it there to be done?
So, you see, I'm kind of co-head of research group, so I need to think every day where to invest, I don't know, 50, 60 people, what they would do, right? So what PhD to define today so that it would be relevant in 3 years still, the results, right? So certainly for us, I mean, this is one point. So I'm exposed to this question every day. So on the other side, we need to write research proposals. So for the future, right? Not for the past, right? This is the second thing. The third thing is one observation that you need to move away from the hype. Whatever is hyped today, it won't be hyped in a year, and it was not hyped a year ago, right? So yeah, kind of 3 observations, right? And the area of AI is so much bigger, right? So much bigger beyond, I don't know, Gen AI, LLM, and so on. Although this technology produced magic, I must say. It's magic, right? So what are things ahead? And there are, well, plenty of things which we, just these days, we need to write proposals which will maybe get funded in a year, and then we will, basically, this will charter our agenda for the next 3, 4, 5 years, right? So, yeah, so what should I say? So AI is so much bigger, and there are plenty of ideas. I don't want to go into technical details. I could, right, easily. And let's target the future, right? Not targeting the past. So this was this small criticism before, right? Because Europeans, yeah, we have this experience, unfortunately, from last 20 years, right? And trying to catch up the past of the others, right? And we never succeeded, actually, right?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm maybe not so pessimistic in a way, you know, in terms of catching up, you know. And the main reason is that I agree that in platform economy, you know, catching up is more or less very difficult and impossible maybe. And we tried, you know, and it didn't work, you know. Here, I think
it's not a platform.
It's not a platform. Yeah. It's actually not a platform. And it's and of course, what maybe scares us a little bit is this kind of scale, you know, how things emerged, you know, more or less from in a very short time, you know, and but it's unclear, you know. It's and if you look at how the technology is monetized at the moment, we are still in a phase where we and also the big tech companies in the US try to figure out how to really make money with this, you know, and this and this again for us is good news, because I believe in the end, Europe will not be the one that will monetize through the technology itself, you know, and it's unclear, you know, if the technology, the foundation models in 5 years. As I mentioned, you know, will be a big commercial, let's say, money bringers. What is clear, though, is that the technology, if introduced in our economy at different points, in many points, will have a huge leverage on commercialization, you know. And I think for us it's important in Europe that we build on our strengths of our economy and make sure that we are not basically left behind in this transformation. And we need our own models for this reason, because if we don't have them, this will be much slower. Yep. Actually, this transformation will be too slow, because people will hesitate to use, you know, a Chinese foundation model, or they will hesitate to use actually a US-based model. Then we have data protection problems and so on. So we need those technologies here in Europe, you know. And once we have them, you know, it's not so much that I'm convinced that we will make a lot of money with the base technology. But
we
and
will
also
use
the
it
big
as a-
companies are not so convinced either. You know, they don't know yet. You know, Meta just said, okay, you know, we are not
Have it,
interested, you know, in the base technology. We want to leverage our core business with that technology. And this has to be exactly our direction, you know. And small and medium enterprises, you know, need to be leveraged, you know, to use AI technology. Industry has to be used. We need to build foundation models with industrial data, production data. This is actually the challenge we have, and there we have to do put our efforts. Yeah? But it's true, you know, we lack in computing power. This has been a discussion in Germany, you know, since 5 or 6 years, where all the researchers always said, you know, build that, we need that infrastructure, we need that in Europe and so on. And we were just too slow there. And there I agree with Marco, you know, we could have been faster, you know, 3, 4 years ago. But now it's, you know, this is a discussion of the past. Now we have to look ahead. Yeah.
Okay, we're drawing this to a close. So final views from Mrs. Brandner and Mrs. Kern on this topic.
Yes, thank you. I can very much agree with Mr. Kruger just said. It's the applications. I think we have to really make sure that we are good there. And that's why the implementation of the Act will be important so that it's not hindering those applications. I think that will be key to get them out in the market. And second point, I agree with what was said in terms of we can't do this in a national way. I very much agree. If we don't play this at a European joint endeavor, we will not be even able to compete. So I agree that when we talk about the next MFR, the next European budget, I think we should considerably invest in the sector. This law is a regulatory act. It's not like the CHIPS Act, etc. So, but I think we will need some European funding in this area. I very much agree that this must be a joint effort.
Thank you very much. Last short view.
I completely agree. Just on the 24th of January, the first package was issued for funding and also infrastructure needs. I mean, supercomputers and so on for startups. So I propose companies, small and medium businesses and startups to check first to read the content of AI Act, check also available funding, and also some infrastructure and support and other support from the AI office, which will be established at the DigiConnect, and there will be available some testing and some other consulting from them and support activities. So I propose to check up all the news, and you have possibility also to collaborate with the European Digital Infrastructure Consortium, for digital twins, EDIC Cityverse, and of course for language technologies like EDIC LDT. That's it, I mean.
All right, to sum it up, we went a little bit into the coffee break time. So the latest breed of LLMs is magic, as he said. We want to grow them more locally on the substrate of GPUs we are missing, and then use it heavily in other parts of the economy and sectors. Thank you very much, my guests. Thank you very much to all the questions. I will suggest to them to maybe answer them via Slido, because there are interesting questions, some of them to you and so on. And Tina, closing up. Do we go down?
Thank you very much, yes, dear guests, dear moderator, for this insightful discussion on perspectives of AI EU regulation versus global competitiveness. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for our little coffee break, and see you 11:30. Thank you. Welcome back, dear ladies and gentlemen, to the second part of Slovenian-German AI Forum. We are kicking off with a focus on AI best practices from Slovenia and Germany. And our first presentation is titled How Bosch Leverages the Full Innovation Potential of AI. I warmly welcome Dr. Michael Kessler, Senior Vice President of Advanced Digital and AI Solutions at Robert Bosch GmbH Corporate Research, who is joining us online. Dr. Kessler, warmly welcome. Okay, and also our translation service is working now. Greetings to Germany. Aha, we just need to hear you. You're muted.
So first of all, thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to present what we at Bosch have done in the topic of using AI. It's an honor for me to be here today. So first of all, I was already introduced. So just one comment. I joined the research 2 years ago. Before that, I was 20 years at Bosch in the mass production business in different roles, different locations, and different countries. Some figures about Bosch. We have the new turnover values, nearly 92 billion euros turnover. We have 427,000 associates, and we have 470 subsidiaries in many regions, then more than 60 countries. In 2022, Bosch has spent 7.2 billion euros on the R&D, and we have 85,000 people working in the R&D field, and there are 44,000 software developers. So that means that one core of Bosch is the strong R&D knowledge and know-how that we have. This is a very strong backbone for us. As a corporate research, we are also in multiple regions. You can see here from the United States up to China. Why is that so? As a corporate research, we have 3 major key tasks to do. The first one is we want to generate IP, so intellectual property, that can be used for our business units. We deliver innovation, and innovation is not just an idea. Innovation is a very good idea with a business realization, and this is why we are here. The third one is to attract talents worldwide. So it's not enough for a company to be in one region or in one country. You need to be, especially in the field of AI, there where all the talents are. And this is why we strongly work together with top-notch universities from the Carnegie Mellon in the United States, through Germany with the TU Munich, or back to China to the Tsinghua University at Beijing. So we have worldwide our representative areas to cooperate and gain the knowledge from academia. As a corporate research, we are of course driven by the market pull you can read below, and we work on the technology answer. I will not go in details, but you can see that we vary a lot for the computing, communication, machine learning, robotics, up to material science or energy. Now, coming to the core of the corporate research. What we bring in as the corporate research is the bridge to academia, what I have already shown, and the research competence. The unique thing at Bosch is that we combine it with the business units, domain knowledge, and our plans. And this is why in a strong co-creation, we deliver efficient products that can go really to the production and are used. Coming to the AI, you can see nearly half of our Bosch plants worldwide are already using AI in their manufacturing. So this is not something in future, this is already implemented. And AI has an excellent potential for innovation to make human work more productive. There are clear economic reasons to implement AI in a production because it increases the productivity, it decreases failure rates. This is why we're in here. We have as a CR contributed to 2 major things. One is already implemented in more than 2,000 lines, more than 50 plants. And this is where we use AI for the production flow analysis or the material flow analysis. So that helps our plants to optimize their production processes, to save cycle time, and to detect anomalies in the production process. The second one is the optical inspection, where I will talk on the next slide. Just maybe as a background, today, an optical inspection, so a manual optical inspection, where people are sitting the whole day inspecting, for example, solenoids or weldeds, is pretty time consuming. It's a quite tedious work and also has a high failure rate. So what we worked on is using AI to optimize this mechanical, manual, tedious process. The first approaches are with classical machine learning, where it works, but there's a high training effort, and there's also a high effort to scale such a solution to a different line with a different product. So you are facing two problems to bring this to a broader base. The first one, well, is a good one for Bosch. Typically, you don't have enough pictures for training. So you have a lot of pictures of really good parts, but they are not sufficiently failure pictures available. The second one is there's a high training effort. A classical machine learning model needs a lot of training data to really deliver precise results. Now, we introduced generative AI to the plants. What we do there is we use state-of-the-art open source available models. We build on extensions, and we use the high training data rate that we have internally to make these models more precise. Now, what do we do there exactly? The one key thing is the generation of synthetic pictures of failure parts, because there are not enough existing. If you take just an open world model from outside, it can generate today easily. Everybody can generate synthetic data and synthetic pictures. But is that the picture of your specific part with that specific scratch or missing thing on? No, it is not. So what we take are public models, we fine-tune them, we extend them, and we use our database to bring and create exactly those pictures which are needed for training. The second one is we have a huge database, and foundation models able to have a generic use. So what we do is we have really key knowledge how to train, how to select data, how to label data. And this helps us to have generic industrialization models that can be used in the production with two major benefits. The first one is we have detection rates of higher than 99%. This is by far better than any human can be. And machine learning does not get tired. This can work in as many shifts, in as many lines, in as many days as you want to work it. The second is pre-trained models, and such are the foundation models, are able to switch to another line. You can use them on another part with much less training effort. So we have a much better scaling technology with a higher accuracy. So this is what we have realized. Today we have this automated optical inspection already in lines running, and we can save up to many millions in one plant by applying this technology. With this, I'm through with the presentation, and I'm here for your questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kessler. Dear ladies and gentlemen, do we have any questions? Just the microphone, please. We have a question in the first row. Okay.
Hello. Well, my question would be, are you using AI also for research and development? Because you have impressive and big teams in research and development. So maybe a couple of examples from this field.
Yes. Thank you for that question. And you're fully right. I concentrated now on the manufacturing. Yes, we also use it in other parts for engineering. So you can imagine everywhere where there are pictures, for example, where we have video cameras for for example, the building technology. Today, artificial intelligence is essential for an object detection, for a recognition, and also for future prediction. So you're fully right. Everywhere where there is today vision involved, we are actively using AI for the development.
Thank you very much.
And talking about people and employees, you told us that you said machine learning is now leading to much better results than if people have done it. So can you calculate more or less how many people are replaced by machine learning or by AI, or how do you see the relation? You know, do you set these people free, or let's say educate and train them for another job? So how are you dealing with that topic?
That's a very good question. Thank you. So first of all, maybe the picture is AI does not replace people. AI is like your co-pilot. There's always human needed, and this makes things easier. The mechanisms, how you save money in a plant, there are two simple ways. The first one, typically a ramp up of a plant is expensive. So everything that can automate processes that can make the ramp up steeper saves money for a company. The second one is nobody wants to produce scrap or failure parts. So the earlier you detect that something is going wrong, the better, and the more money you save. So this is all about detecting errors earlier, optimizing the production flow processes, and getting a steeper ramp up. It's not about replacing people. But maybe you also said with retraining, there's one hint. We have also a training unit, because as a CR, we can really attract good talents from the market. So we have a lot of data scientists and data engineers, but this is not enough. It's machine learning is used very broadly today. So we have an own training program, an own enabling program where several hundred people already went through to bring our people to a higher degree of knowledge in the field of machine learning.
And another two questions.
You have mentioned that you are using AI also to optimize your material flow and some processes. But what was the way to actually embed AI to the physical world there? How is this in connection? How it works?
Do you mean, just to understand your question, do you mean how we really apply such a machine learning model in the production line? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, especially you mentioned the material flow that you optimized.
Okay. Yeah, very good question, because it's not that simple. There are, let me say, two fundamental things. First of all, you need data. So the one thing is you need a good structure, where, Bosch has started with the Industry 4.0, where you need the data available, because you cannot just apply it then, for example, on one machine. You need really the whole production line with the central data storage. So this is all about that has to be done before you apply it, having really a clear data flow and a clear data lake where all the information of the needed from the line really flows into. The second is also as a CR, we have really software engineering because you need a certain framework to run an AI model. Now you have to put that AI model in that framework into a plant. It has to be very easy because in the plant, they don't want to bother by installing AI frameworks. So the other thing is just really software engineering for AI to bring such an AI framework into the infrastructure and the interfaces of the plant. So data, it has to be available, and you need really software engineering skills to bring it to life.
Okay, more of a technical question. So you said that you're lacking labeled data to train the machine learning models in the first place. Now using generative AI to create labeled data, how do you make sure that whatever the generative AI approach produces is like representative for the actual error pictures?
Mm-hmm. That's a very good question, and that really took some time to create their pictures. So just for your understanding, typically you can imagine, for example, a surface with a scratch on site. It's possible to imagine that variations of such a scratch can happen. So what we do is we create very similar pictures, and the technology that we have is not anything, but we can really dedicated influence fields of a certain picture and create variations of that. The other source is, for example, different lighting conditions, which we are able to influence. So you can imagine really great pictures, the same scratch, different lighting conditions, which might appear very different on a video-based system. And then we have, of course, the experts in the plants where we cooperate to check with them if this is a feasible picture or not. So the one thing is the AI technology that we can use. The other is the domain knowledge in the plants to guide us what a not okay picture in that case means.
Thank you very much. Any other burning question from your side? Not yet. Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Kessler, would you like to add on something?
No, thank you very much for your very good questions. It was a pleasure being here with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and greetings to Germany. And the next keynote session is coming actually from BMW Group, titled Writing on the Wall, AI Driving, Automated Driving. Kindly inviting its lecturer, Dr. Hans-Jörg Vögel, Center Invention Head of Hardware Software Co-Design BMW Group. Welcome.
Thank you for the kind welcome. To get started, I have to make a confession. I'm part of that 5.5 club, right? The ones with the mediocre knowledge about AI, because whenever I talk to experts, talk to scientists, there's so much happening. I realize it's really hard to keep up, and there's so much going on in the field that it's always also a challenge to decide what is important for your job, what is important for your company, for your product, and make up that challenge. Nevertheless, through the past 8+ years, I have been involved in building the AI research team at BMW. Went through the whole cycle from zero to now 2 departments that are looking at the full breadth of AI topics in applied research, from large language models to computer vision and perception in automated driving, even to quantum machine learning and very advanced topics as well, but also how to get AI efficiently into embedded systems with hardware software co-design and semiconductor environments. And still, I think probably the hardest step in all those years was, well, without formal training or any background in AI, writing that first job description to hire my first AI scientists, and nothing did I ever dread more than that job interview, because that guy, he was working in cancer research. He did computer vision in Heidelberg for quite a couple of years. He won the best thesis award, and I knew I wanted to get that guy on board, and we kept him, and it's possible. So I can always encourage only those of you who haven't started, get the first guy, start doing AI. It's worth it. Good. Let's look a bit in what we are doing with automated driving. That's what we decided we're going to go concentrate on today. But first, a quick glimpse into the history. You already saw this morning in Antonio Krüger's presentation that BMW is a proud member of the FKI. Actually, we are since 2007. Remember quite well when our CEO of BMW Group Research and Technology, he got together with Wolfgang Wasser, and we negotiated that stake. But then the first couple of years were like more or less scratching our heads. What were we ever going to do with that fancy AI? And it was still pre-ImageNet. The winter of AI was not over yet fully, right? And we very early on then kept looking into potential applications. And by about time 2013, 14, 15, it was more or less clear, well, it's automated driving, and that is it. And then we quickly looked into other application areas, and we realized, no, there are many use cases across the whole value chain that will benefit from AI, be it in production, being it in HR, being it in sales and marketing. So the question or the picture really turned around from who else would potentially need it to who must not miss this opportunity of new technology. And then it grew even more intense within just 2 or 3 years. And the question was then, who will be allowed to still miss it? And now with the advent of generative AI, we all know now the technology does not need expertise anymore. Everybody can use artificial intelligence in their daily life. The technologies such as foundation models, ChatGPT, and the likes, they have put the power of AI into hands of everyday users, ordinary citizens, and everybody from the dentist to the carpenter can use AI alike, not just the scientists anymore. And I think that's important to note as well. And that really changed also the picture in BMW. Now we have the board of management also actively pushing towards nobody must miss AI anymore. Everybody has to deal with AI in their daily life and see how we leverage it in our daily processes and applications. Now, automated driving for BMW now 2023 and 2024 is a very pivotal year. We have now our level 3 hands-free eyes-off self-driving personal pilot out on the road. We have obtained road approval, taking orders since December last year, and are about to deliver in the new 7 Series from March onward in 2024. And this was possible also not because of BMW being the first or the most fierce in leveraging artificial intelligence. It was about the old skills, the old values that made BMW a premium automotive manufacturer, using and applying them to the new technology in the very same way. So what seemed boring back in 2019 as the Safety First for Automated Driving white paper really turned into an asset much more than a liability. And we did this together with a sizable part of the automotive industry. In Germany, Safety First for Automated Driving really was one of the key credos that we put out, and it kept helping us along the way. So that now in 23, it's no wonder actually that 2 German OEMs have become the first 2 automotive manufacturers worldwide to obtain road approval for a level 3 function. And BMW actually being the only OEM now worldwide to offer both a level 2 plus and a level 3 system in their product range at the same time. And what this means, level 3 and level 2, I have a small video. I hope this starts playing now if you press the button. So level 2 plus partially automated driving, level 3 highly automated driving. You saw the difference also in user experience inside the cars. You saw some of the key situations that the level 3 personal pilot is able to handle with the close cut-in scenario, for example, with being automatically handled, or with obstacles on the road being safely detected and the car stopping, although the driver is not watching and keeping eyes on the road anymore. And they don't have to. With level 3, you really gain a lot of additional comfort and get a sizable part of your commute time, of your daily commute time back, because you are allowed to divert attention from from the primary driving task. And the same, the integration of those systems require a lot of not only perception and road monitoring and prediction on the outside of the car, but it's equally important, of course, to look to the inside of the car with driver attention monitoring and knowing that the driver still is there as a fallback, because in both level 2 and level 3, the driver needs to be called back to the attention and be called back to the primary driving task in case something goes wrong. So the driver really still is the fallback level, and that's why also a responsible car manufacturer always needs to invest a lot into responsible driver monitoring and responsible driver behavior, and also needs to do a lot of work in foreseeable misuse of the system. And that's what in the end makes a safe and premium level 3 personal pilot or a highly automated driving system. Safety is one of the key aspects. We already heard about the European AI Act this morning. One of the first reactions that I saw to the European AI Act out in the community discussions was people saying, hey, this AI Act is going to regulate way too heavy. They're going to kill all the small companies. They will not be able to do artificial intelligence more. And I, with my company, I have a high risk application. Now I need to hire twice as many engineers working on documentation and quality management, etc. And then I said, wait a minute. You are developing a high risk application, a safety relevant application, and you have not been doing quality management, proper documentation and specification of the system yet. I doubt I would want to be affected by that system. I doubt I would want to be riding on a train, riding on a car, or being on a plane if that kind of safety culture had been applied to the system. So I think really the AI Act is doing the right thing in taking a risk-based approach. And taking a risk-based approach is nothing new for the automotive industry because that's what we have been doing with any kind of safety-relevant features. And we are applying the same standards, but for data-driven systems, we also need to extend them. The power of AI is in the data. Data allows us to describe very complex behavior, very complex road situations, for example, so road user behavior. And it allows us to describe it in a way that we wouldn't be able to do in a classical specification format anymore. And that means the data is not just any data that we record from sensors in observations on the roads. The data becomes the specification. The data becomes the test set. The data becomes the key baseline that describes the thinking that we put into the development and the validation and the homologation of that system. And that now requires also to extend the processes, the standards, and the approaches that we classically had on proper software documentation and specifications, extend those to also apply to data-driven systems and extend them onto data and handle the data in the same way, but also look into, of course, additional measures when it comes to developing deep neural networks, deep learning applications, testing them, and developing extensions of quality measures and KPIs for getting AI into the safety land that finally will make it into a BMW product. I shouldn't press too hard, I was told. Okay, let's look a bit to the future. That was the AI so far. Next steps, of course, involve much more, because the variety of road traffic behavior is so broad that probably none of you will ever experience in your every driver's life all those exemption situations or those special situations that a system would need to be automatically handling. And many of those situations, they are not only rare and occur, thankfully, relatively seldom or rarely, they're also sometimes very safety sensitive, and you do not want to happen them to you or to your loved ones or to your friends and family. We are also not able, and we do not want to create those situations on purpose to record training data. So one big step now is using generative AI and the latest developments also to synthesize those training data to describe in a very systematic way. And there's also emerging standards like ISO 34503 for that, defining standards to, in a very systematic way, describing what the vehicle's capabilities should be for a specific level 3 or higher automation function, and then creating and synthesizing the data, mixing them in the appropriate way with the real data that's behind there, and using them to develop that behavior that really in the end is the one that we want to see. And one of the projects we are here under sponsorship and support from the German Ministry of Economics and Climate Affairs. One of the projects I had the honor of coordinating is the KI data tooling project in Germany that just concluded in December last year. We have produced also a 90-second small video here that summarizes the importance of data for safe automated driving features.
For autonomous vehicles to be used in everyday life, it's essential for them to be able to deal with countless unpredictable situations safely and reliably. This requires AI-based functions that are trained and tested with high-quality data. The KI Data Tooling Research Project is developing a complete solution for generating and processing data from which approved and safety-relevant functions for automated driving can be developed. Traditionally, complex campaigns are required for collecting training data. However, this only provides an accurate representation of commonly occurring traffic situations. Rare or even dangerous situations are not sufficiently covered. Synthetically generated data can and must be used to fill these gaps. In this way, quite specific situations and conditions can be created and varied, because many effects and situations, unfavorable lighting conditions or partially obscured people, make it difficult for AI-based systems to learn how to function safely. In the KI Data Tooling project, AI uses real and synthetic data for the first time in a holistic framework approach to learn how to safely recognize pedestrians and deal with all the resulting situations. With all these efforts, KI Data Tooling is laying the foundation for a systematic approach to make the vision of safe AI in automatic driving come true.
Yeah, and then it's not only about data, but it's also about, I already mentioned it, getting AI that is trained on the data efficiently into embedded systems. And this AI is becoming more and more power hungry, and I'd rather put the power, the electrical power, into mileage that I get out of my electric vehicle's battery than to put it into heat dissipation of a high-end ECU inside the car. So looking into energy efficient but high power compute platforms, looking into the appropriate semiconductor platforms is a challenge for AI as well. It's not only about data and algorithms and software, it's also about getting the right semiconductors and not just brute forcing those semiconductors. Just put in as much hardware and power that you can get, but do a proper cross-layer system design. The secret for efficient AI systems, for efficient embedded AI systems, lies in good hardware-software co-design and intelligent engineering there. So I think we're short on time. I hope I made it clear, a car is not an iPhone on wheels, and we're treating it as such. So thanks a lot for your attention. Ready to take your questions.
it was said that these autonomous cars are driving only in Germany or in Germany and Canada. So on what is it dependent where they can be used?
It's actually dependent on the regulatory authorities preparing also the right road approval framework. And so at the moment we have gone through the road approval only in Germany and United States, and the level 2 plus system is also made available in Canada. That's a bit of an artificial limitation at the moment, but you need to get started somewhere. Of course, the intention is to bring it to other markets as soon as possible, but at the moment, they're being sold in Germany, US, and Canada alone.
And in China, it's not allowed? In China?
In China, the situation is a bit different. Yes, we are not selling them in China at the moment as well, but from a regulatory point of view, BMW was the first one to obtain a public testing license, the first foreign vehicle manufacturer to obtain a public testing license for automated driving functions, very actively working towards launching the similar functionality also in the market there.
Well, I'll just take the microphone. So, very impressive. Thank you very much. Really enjoying. So my question would be more, when do you expect at BMW to have really a car without a driver itself, so generation 5, level 5, a self-driving car? Thanks.
That is a very good question because at the moment I'm not aware of anybody worldwide that is capable or who is capable of describing a technologically feasible path to safe level 5 autonomy. So at the moment, I wouldn't be giving you a serious answer if I pretended to know when that will happen. We see, of course, the robotaxi developments under intense scrutiny now also, especially in the United States. You think just what happened last night in San Francisco, a Waymo robotaxi being set on fire by an infuriated crowd of other traffic participants. So that's still under very special conditions, very limited operational defined domains, cars being able to navigate only maybe a couple of roads on a neighborhood safely. But if you really want to make a difference for the average BMW driver on his daily commute and offer him a level 3 or level 4 degree of automation, that really would allow you to go to sleep on your way back home, or that in the end would allow you to entrust your kids to the car to be taken to the driving lessons or taken to the football, to the soccer games, or your elderly parents being taken to the doctors. If you think at the level of trust, the level of safety that you expect, and the level of complexity of traffic situations that need to be handled from a residential neighborhood, going downtown, crossing maybe highways as well, it's a very challenging task.
Ownership of cars is a very emotive subject. We all quite like our cars, and particularly BMWs. Does BMW consider that making the car capable of doing an awful lot of things on its own, it should be enabled to prevent drivers from breaking the law?
This is a very good question, and that actually relates to the whole domain of what kind of decisions does a driver need to make. And sad to say, yes, sometimes that involves also breaking the law. For example, if you think of a residential neighborhood situations with cars parked in second row, and a thorough line on the road prohibiting you normally to cross and drive around that vehicle, well, every normal human driver would assess the situation and decide this is an exceptional situation. I would violate now traffic rules, but otherwise we're all going to be stuck here. And that's all sort of the current common sense type of human decision making that still is very, very hard to be taught into a system. an automated driving function would just stop there and declare deadlock. For safety reasons also, this is the only way of doing it. So in that regard, we all know that the high degrees of automation always have also limitations in what we call the operational defined domain. So the cars need to be very well knowing to what degree they can reliably operate in an automated way, and when they need to be handing back to the human for exceptions and for uncertain or surprising situations.
My question, though, basically is not about a situation like that, but about the very fact that you will find people driving at 150 and 130. Should that be prevented?
Actually, that's more of a political question rather than a product question. It's a safety question and a question of how you enforce the law. And if you want to enforce the law also through automated functions in the car, then also the question is who is in charge, right? Then it certainly is not the driver anymore, because the driver needs to be able to rely on, for example, a public authority remotely fully monitoring what he is doing in his car and enforcing certain rules and regulations in that particular situation. I think from a privacy and from a pure citizen point of view, I wouldn't want to have a public authority monitoring me on a daily basis. So in that case, it's really a political discussion where I personally need to answer. There's also no official position from BMW that I could relay here. It is really a political question that we would need to resolve at a different level.
Hello. Hello, thank you for your nice presentation. Probably you already, to some extent, answered my next question with your previous statement. So you said that from December 2023, you already have this level 3 safety safety feature in the M7 series, right?
The personal pilot, yes.
Yes. I have actually two questions. First, how many are purchased if it is not a... and the second one, you said that the level 3 safety feature is only in Germany at the moment. How, my question is, how is this consolidated with the regulative? Who will be responsible, for example, if there will be some accident during level 3? Who is that responsible regarding the law and regarding the insurances, for example, and so on? How this is taken into the consideration in Germany in this particular case?
Yeah. So at the moment, very honestly, I don't know the sales figures, but if I knew them, I would also not be allowed to relay them in this early phase of market introduction. As I said, the official launch is going to be in next month, and orders are being taken since September. The responsibility in case of an accident in highly automated driving mode for the personal pilot is a very active topic with the regulators, with the insurance companies, and there are various models also being discussed still at the moment. There's not a final verdict as to what is the right approach there. But the most reasonable one going forward is that the current insurance system is fully in place, so that the traffic participants are covered with the regular liabilities insurance that every car has in cases of damages. And then there's a second tier of the insurance companies, and then also trying to resolve the individual case with the car manufacturers if indeed there was a failure of the level 3 driving function, so that in any case the owner or the actual driver or the people suffering a damage either personal, hopefully not a personal damage, but only a material damages that might have occurred. So it's under debate. There's no final answer yet. A couple of models underway, and something to be monitored. Also, that is the reason why market introduction takes some time, and also neither in Germany nor in the US there's a final verdict on the insurance models.
Hi. So my question is about the training data used for self-driving. You mentioned you use synthetic data, but how much of real data do you also use? Because I know that Tesla, they use their actual entire fleet of vehicles to get real training data from their actual customers. So does BMW do something similar?
We have data from a range of different sources. The most important data source for us historically has been a fleet of probe vehicles that has been going into recording campaigns to record the variety of data that was required for the first initial development. And then the next step that we're just also seeing then in our fleet is also recording data from every individual vehicle with the actual sensors that are deployed for the automated driving functions, because that then only that's the only option of giving you that long tail of many rare situations that you only see across the complete fleet, because no individual vehicle will ever see all of those situations. So we are also recording live data from probe vehicles, and what we're now very actively looking into from a research point of view as the next step is also synthesizing data. It's actually the far more scalable way in the future, especially with the new generative AI technologies allowing us to create data far more efficiently.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vögel, and to you, the audience, for this lively discussion. And now I'm happy to welcome remotely DB Schenker, Mr. Dirk Keiner, Head of Global Technology, and Mr. David Zibritsky, Director Data Science. They will be sharing the keynote on simplifying document processing with GPT. Greetings to
Thank you for inviting us. And looking at the time, I will gladly share my screen, and let's talk about simplifying document processing with AI. So my name is Dirk Keiner. Thank you very much. I'm the Head of Global Technology at DB Schenker, and I have brought with me David Zibritsky, Director Data Science, to assist me whenever I tell you something wrong. He will jump in and correct me. So question is, Schenker is actually known for one of the biggest logistics company in the world, and but logistics is more than just moving goods. We have 76,000 employees in 2,100 locations. We do see like 110,000 shipments just in land transport in Europe. We have 1.1 million tons of global air freight, and we are shipping 2 billion euro worth in ocean freight volume. And this is for each year. But it's not only moving goods. Each shipment is decorated with documents, often more than just once. It's like whenever a shipment is entering or leaving Schenker's premises, we will have a document. As shipments are traveling through our network, we do see documents. Just to name a few, a load sheet, a bill of lading, a way bill, a customs invoice, maybe a delivery note, or a customs clearance. Sometimes we do see dangerous goods shippers declarations and as well legal certificates. And all these documents are created in shipments and or generating events during the shipment process. And with that, a business process gets started or executed. The challenge here is as we have a lot of documents and a lot of types of documents, all those documents even differ in their layout as well. So it's a challenge to just use these documents and digitalize them. So sometimes documents are just taken as a picture with your phone or coming in as a fax, and we do see very, very unusual image quality. So the question is, can we not just digitalize all those and using OCR? Well, OCR would be a good idea, but we do not see stable layouts. And OCR perfectly handles this large volume of documents if we have a fixed layout, for example. And then we can just integrate them into Schenker. But we need operational supervision to recognize layout changes. OCR on one document type is very static. It can't adapt to changing document layouts, and we see limited results, for example, on handwritten content. It doesn't understand the document structure, and we need to adjust the template whenever layouts are changing. So it's challenging as well on handling tables or multiple page documents. For example, processing a customs invoice, where you have things like extract the weight or value or a commodity code or country of origin. So what should we do about that? And just recently, there came something around that's called large language model, or here GPT, and this actually can change the game. We all know GPT for its ability to generate text. Haven't we all tried to write some Christmas wishes with it, or did get some support on drafting an email? And obviously, it can as well work for birthday wishes. Just try it out. But the nature of this model can do so much more. Just as a conceptual takeaway, the model calculates or transforms words within their context into vectors. And these vectors can be positioned in a multi-thousand dimension matrix. How is that good for? Well, vectors which are close to each other in that matrix are concentrating or directing into a similar meaning. And what does that mean? Well, it means the model can help. The model itself has something that is called text understanding. The model understands what it sees just because of comparing those vectors. And this actually allows us for some capabilities. Just to name a few, for example, information extraction, text summarization, or document comparison, or assisted reading. And of course, content generation is possible as well. So what can we do with that? And I just would like to introduce 3 small examples here. And with that, we are actually automating processes at Schenker. Here you see a document from land transport. This is whenever someone is driving for Schenker, he needs to bring in some registration. And registration means we do want to see a license. And these licenses are actually varying, right? And with that, with GPT, we are able to extract from this text the company name, company street and house number, company city, license start and end date, and so on. And we can compare that to the information the carrier has supplied us before. With that, we can tackle 50,000 documents per year, which have been processed manually. Now we can do that just automatic. And with that, we are allowing our people to do better work than just reading licenses. Example number 2, customs processing. Here in Canada, we have on the left side, we have incoming documents describing a shipment. And with GPT, we are actually able to extract multiple data points from those documents. And it's just irrelevant how they are looking. So GPT helps us to understand those documents and is able to extract a purchaser name, a consignee name, a vendor name. It can extract the cargo control number, an ETA, and it is able to reason that Sarnia is actually a border city between Canada and the United States. And this means that the mode of transport here is a highway transport. So with that, we are able to, and we are looking into processing like 700 emails coming in with such documents. And this allows us as well to free up some of our people with boring, repetitive work and concentrating more on creating good products for our customers and for our business. And with that, do you have any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Keiner. We do have questions on the right side.
Hi, so my question is, so large language models have a problem of sometimes hallucinating data, and you can't always rely on them to get you the correct data. So how do you handle that when you're extracting data? How do you ensure the correctness of the extracted?
This is a good question. Thank you for that. First of all, what we are doing is we are not using the large language model, or in that case, GPT, to generate or to be creative on the response. We are feeding in a particular set of information, in that case, a document, and we are limiting the response by a good prompt engineering on the results coming from those documents. And what we have seen is that in GPT 3.5 and as well in 4, that the results which are actually coming back are, of course, limited to that documents. And one of the important tasks when you are, or if you are looking into using GPT for such tasks in the development phase, be sure that you first of all create a ground truth and check if the results are within that ground truth. And not all tasks are actually good for that, but in tasks for where you need a document understanding, it's a good idea to do so.
Okay, so I have a question regarding the extraction of the information. So you're doing extraction with the large language model, and or you're doing OCR first, and then you're structuring actually on the way you want?
Of course, we are OCRing the documents first, right? Because you need to have the document machine readable in the first place. And then we are using the textual representation and feeding that into a GPT processor.
Yeah, just one remark here that we recently started investigating GPT-4 with the visual capabilities. And actually what we also see that it can be useful to solve the problem in one step. So do the OCR and the information extraction, although we also measure that it's pretty slow for the time being. So decoupling to OCR and text or information extraction is still faster, but we can also imagine that these two steps will be in one step in the future, but it's too early to say that.
And the third question.
Since you were mentioning OCR, I was wondering why, I mean, are you working also on not having to use OCR anymore because you're getting emails anyways and there is no print out, scan in OCR and then use ChatGPT anymore? Or are you saying you're getting documents from all over the world, this is simply not going to happen anytime in the future, that you don't get any scanned paper anymore?
looking into, and you mentioned that you're getting information via email, and email is for us now the new fax, right? Where email is used to send you a lot of attachments. Some of those attachments are just PDFs, which are already machine readable. Sometimes you see just an image or a photo taken with a mobile phone sent to you via email. For example, if the driver has a proof of delivery, for example, and this is sometimes just a sheet of paper with a signage with a signature from the customer. And here, of course, you need to OCR the document.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone would like to share a thought or ask a question? Otherwise, we are moving forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Kainer, Mr. Nibritsky.
Thanks for inviting us.
The next best practice is coming from Slovenia, and I'm kindly inviting Dr. Božidara Cvetković, Team Lead Data Analytics, Machine Learning and AI Biterna, to share her keynote titled Optimizing Inventory by Automating Transfers Between Location and Countries, Replenishment from the Central Warehouse and First Replenishment of Stores at Mass. Please.
Thank you very much. It's a very long title. I will make sure that you understand what's in the title. However, I did not put the company presentation. I come from Biterna. I don't know how many of you know it. It's a company that spreads from Norway to Belgrade, and we are top 1% Microsoft partner in the world. So I think that's pretty cool. And we are also in Germany. This is the long title. To kind of make things short, what we are going to be focusing on is how to use AI to kind of take the item or material, buying from vendor, maybe even producing something, and then putting it on the shelves and selling it as soon as possible. So that is what are the kind of manual activities that someone has to do, either order from the vendor, then replenish stores from the warehouse, transfer between the warehouses, and of course between the countries. Let's see what the landscape is. This is our warehouse. We have to order something from the vendor. This is transported back into the warehouse where we have a very high stock here. So this is going to be a stock. If we have retail stores, we have to replenish from these retail stores, the stock level goes down, but at the same time, the stock level goes up in the retail stores. As the time goes by, stock levels decrease, some stores sell better, the others a bit worse. We can always replenish from the warehouse, however, we can see that it's much better to just do the transfers between the stores. So the idea is to sell it faster without putting it on discount, let's say. In case we have our company in different countries, some countries sell some stuff better, the other one worse, we can do the same procedure between the countries. Okay, since this can be applied in any industry, we have implementations from pharmacy to food industry, and in this case, we are going into fashion, which is very specific, and the idea is that we order a shoe and put it in the right store to be sold as fast as possible. What do we have to do? Where the AI comes in? Of course, sales forecast. This is not your milk where you can forecast it really simply. It's actually a shoe that changes season multiple times a year. We have a possibility to optimize the replenishment from the central warehouse, store transfers between the countries, and a very interesting thing for some kind of research and development that we did is the initial allocation. Since we are a company that is basically a consulting company, we are collaborating with different companies in different industries, And usually it's very important for us to kind of offer AI any services, basically, to the company that is ready to use it. And this is something I really like. It's from McKinsey, and they asked companies, why did they fail in applying AI? And when I checked this, I saw that the first part is human factor, and it's basically related to no data strategy, no AI strategy. You know, the leaders do not understand the concept. Then the second part is data and tools, data quality, and of course at the end the human factor, which is someone is going to take my job. And every time we kind of approach the enterprise, on the other side we have to make sure that they are ready for the solution, because it's changing the entire process, how they are doing things. So I can present you one very successful story, and it's in fashion. This is a Slovenian company that operates in 2 countries. It's a shoe retailer, Sends Anything Shoes. What is specific in fashion is that everything comes in assortments, so sizes. You can have the shoe that you like, but if it's not your size, you will not buy it. The next thing is very important is the seasonality. So you get new shoes twice a year. You do not know how they were going to sell. So you have no training data, basically. So what do you do when you have no training data and you have a shoe that you have to deliver to a shelf? And a very important parameter in forecasting is this. So it's that the dynamic in fashion is not that it goes in sale and then sells until some other item comes in and then it dies off, but when you put it on a shelf, you have a high sale and then a really long tail. And this is where the discounts come in. So the idea is to kind of sell it in the first several weeks. Was mass ready for AI? Actually, I think this is a company that was very ready, because we are already consulting them on their business intelligence. We are taking care of their data, quality of the data, reporting, and so on. We already knew what kind of results they had. And what is the most important is that the company manager basically was the one that says, yes, let's do it. We have a problem with stock. We have a problem with wrong decisions, where to put. We have a problem with wrong decision, what to order. So let's try it. And the manager actually gave us the users, those that are already doing this thing in the company, and said, you are the ones who will make the requirements for the software. And these are the users that were in the beginning with us, so making the requirements, how the system should work, and at the end, validating and testing the system. So what did we do? So this is, again, this is how we kind of try to describe the journey. So first we plan what we are ordering, then we go to initial ordering and allocation. So we know what we want to order, we have to know how much and what sizes, what assortments. Then we have to know where are we going to put them on the shelves to sell them. And once they start selling, we need to know how to transfer between the stores. So this is basically a Beterna IP. This is something that we developed, and it's still in development. So I will be talking about a product that we deploy, implement somewhere. It doesn't matter, it matters, but it doesn't matter which industry. And this is the core of the solution. So what is very important is that we take a lot of different data. So this is not only the business data, but we also kind of connect to everything that is related to this industry. So in fashion industry, it's very important, some kind of discounts, some kind of competition, weather, like anything that can kind of impact the sales. This data is not inputted manually. We automate everything from the reloading, taking the data, reloading the data, pre-processing the data, and then making a forecast out of it. Of course, if the forecast is done well, the seasonality is inherited in the model. And at the end, we have to find the best quantity for ordering or transfer or replenishment. So this is basically the core of the system, and then what we do is add modules. So in our case, all our locations communicate with each other. They know how much they have surplus, shortage, what they're selling, what they're not selling. So at every time they know what they need and what they have. And everything has to be done so the inventory levels are at the optimum. And then we just add a module or a procedure that does the store transfers, that does country transfers. And then we come to the very interesting part, is the initial allocation, what to do when you have no data. And this is where we actually developed a system that takes a picture and basically tries to find similar items in the history, figures out how similar they are, how they sold, and then use that to kind of make a recommendation where and how much to order, basically, and what sizes to order, because that's very important. In case there are no pictures, we can always use attributes because we have a good data. And we've heard it before with the regulations and everything. Our system always comes with an explanation and always comes with results that the user can actually check how the system got to the result. And the user has to confirm the recommendations before they are being sent into ERP for order or transfers. And this is usually we don't use any other tool, we just put it in the BI, in the reporting they already use, and connect to the ERP they already use. And I will not be long about this. So the idea is that the system automatically runs every day, every week, monthly, it depends on the case. The ping thing is done in the back end, so it's not visible to the user. It does everything the user needs to kind of get the recommendation. And what the user sees is this. So in the morning, they open up the app. They see the recommendations for each of the processes they want. They can review, they can correct, they can confirm, and this actually goes directly into ERP and fills purchase order, transfer order, and similar. So it's basically taking this, in mass case, something that multiple people did for 2 days a week is now a job of 5 minutes in the morning on Monday. So that's how they do it, and they are using it for more than 1 year now. And how the user sees the system, very important, the user needs to trust the system, because if you give a solution to someone that's been doing this for last 10 years, there will be, AI cannot do it better than I would, so you need to give the person the explanation. Why? So this is the first one, so we can see all the transfers from store to store on this picture, so that's a lot of data and a lot of manual job to be done in case not used by the system. At every point they can see the forecast in the future and of course the consolidated view, how much of shoes from where to where, and some of the screenshots are not here because this is the actually production dashboard. So, and how does the transfer look like? Since we are in fashion, this is where they can see all their stores. These are the sizes of the shoes. And the blue, the black ones are the stock and the blue ones are the recommendations. So these recommendations actually take also into consideration a lot of business rules, how they are working. So in this case, they can already see here, they will see what is the stock level per each store, and here they can check the recommendations. They can go through each shoe, but they're not doing it. They try to, they first had us explain it to them and trust the system. Now they are basically confirming everything. The replenishment looks the same. We didn't want to change and introduce a lot of different systems to the users. So in this case, what is different is that the transfers are kind of emptying the stores. So you are taking everything to another store, and you can see here that some stores are being emptied. How does the transfers between countries look like? Very simple. They have some shoes, and here you can see from which to which what quantity, and in the back end they also get the sizes out, so which size to take. And this is the initial order or allocation, which is similar, always a similar user interface, not to confuse the user. What is different here is that we are ordering packages. So these are 12 sizes packages, 8 sizes packages, and so on. And they can already see where we want to put them once they come on stock. So they can always have a feeling, okay, now we are ordering this amount, so this is going to go into these stores. And in case they want to see how it looks like by size, they can always check it like this. So this is like new stock coming in. This is how it would be transferred. This is a video. I hope it works. And this is how the system looks like. Like they are selecting. They put one of the processes on. They can check. We can also see how they can even move, drag and drop if they are not agreeing with something. And then when they are like ready to or not to kind of, they can even take the entire store into another store. So everything is very user-friendly. They can clean it, they can reset it if they want to have back the results. And when at the end, they confirm and send everything into ERP, which generates the transfer order. That's basically what is done. So at the beginning, we were working with them for a few hours a day. Now, as I said, it's 5 minutes Monday morning. Of course, nothing AI goes without evaluation. Our users always see what is the current status of the system, how it performs. And here what we are doing is if we are recommending a transfer or order, we expect to be sold in the next 14 days. In case it's sold in the 14 days, then it's a hit. Otherwise, it's a miss. And in this case, it's 85% of items being sold when transferred. And what we can actually see is that if they did not change anything, it would be 86, but they changed something, so it's 85. And this is somehow the impact when they see, okay, maybe I should not change anything and just leave it like this. Okay, this is the other, so here they can see for each shoe size, whatever they want to see, it's the entire explanation of how the system works, so they kind of really are onboarded onto using the system. I will conclude this. So what we did is implemented like it's end-to-end supply chain optimization software product, which is important is it optimized their processes, reduced errors, and what we saw is quicker sales. They also confirmed that. So what I want to say is any company that wants to do AI, data is very important. If you don't have the data, you cannot go forward. But it's also very important to have people in your company being very, very into using AI as a tool. So I would conclude this presentation with that. Any questions?
Well, thank you. You mentioned that the CEO of the company, the first challenge was how to decrease the stock level. So can you say what was the impact
The stock level is stable. That's very important. For this case, in fashion industry, it's very hard to evaluate, but for pharmacy and other food, it's around 35% lower stock, let's say, without stockouts. So any other. This one was more in manual work, so they made mistakes. Transferring to certain location, the main goal was to kind of decrease the number of transfers. So putting one shoe from one location to the other, then moving it back, then sending it there. And this one was decreased to, I would say, 85%, as we saw there. So, because that's the hit of the system.
Very interesting presentation, thank you. My question would be, okay, first of all, one comment, I see it also as more sustainable because you reduce the sending back and forward shoes, okay, but maybe this is just the advantage also. Where is the next step besides fashion industry? Which kind of industry have very similar problem, which you can use this, maybe?
Thank you for the question. It's very interesting. Actually, this was very much focused only on fashion. What we see in retail or other retail is also cargo optimization, sustainable. So whenever we are ordering, we are trying to order containers and trucks that you don't transport air, basically. And in case of other, we also do, this part of this product is also manufacturing optimization, so planning optimization. And as far as the industries go, I'm not sure that we came across an industry that we would say we cannot do something. Maybe not all, but do something. That's the main point. And here what we are, next step is monitoring, real-time monitoring of suppliers, which we can do with LLMs, which we already implemented as a part of the product, but it's not in release yet. So, because it's very important in Ukraine or whatever was happening, even in Slovenia, the floods, it's very important for the user to get a notification on a phone, like your supplier will not be able to give you this material, maybe you should order somewhere else, and then the recommendation is already in the system. So just confirming, and the system and the order is there. And yeah, the sustainability is very important. We are trying to also map sustainability key indicators to the entire thing, because we are tracking from material to the final product, basically everything.
Okay. Looking at the things you solved there, so I guess it's a mix of machine learning for the forecasting part and more like, let's call it traditional optimization, discrete things for the logistics part. Did you start with one and then put the other after, or both together? And what was more, I would call it interesting for the customer? Were they more interested in the forecasting part first, or more the solve the transport problem?
Actually, the thing is that yes, it's true. It's machine learning, and also some evolutionary algorithms are there. Computer vision algorithms. It's a lot of AI actually inside of this product. The thing is that all of we give forecasts, like our clients can use our forecasts out of the box. But what we see is that they don't know what to do with it. So what they need is some decision being put on the forecast, and that is usually where we come in, because forecast is ongoing updates, let's say, in our company, so anyone can basically use it as it is right now. So I would say that everyone wants a decision, not only, future will bring this.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cvetkovic, for this interesting background of AI in footwear and the fashion industry, Shoes are important. And concluding keynote session part, I kindly invite Mr. Viktor Brajak, Chief Operating Officer, Medius, who will share a keynote titled Implementation of a Software Solution for Insurance Fraud Detection Using Machine Learning. Please.
Thank you for the introduction. I was invited to speak about Fraud AI. It's a solution that uses artificial intelligence to detect fraud in insurance companies, specifically for car and vehicle insurance. But I would like to also take the opportunity to go a bit further to maybe talk about the journey of implementation of a successful AI project. So I'm Viktor Brajak, I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Medius. Medius is a custom software development company. We are basically working on a tailor-made solutions for different enterprises in various industries. And we're not that bad at it. We've been recognized by several organizations. For example, United Nations awarded us with the best product in public sector a few years ago in the world. And interestingly, it was also, I think, the first AI project in the Slovenian government. We have quite a few projects behind us, but in the latest years, we have been focusing a lot on the data-driven projects, on big data and artificial intelligence. And one of such is also Fraud AI. Fraud AI is the winner of the Go Digital conference, which is probably the biggest IT conference in Slovenia, and this is also the reason why I'm standing here today. But before we go into the details about Fraud AI, let's maybe talk about the journey. So usually it starts with an idea, and what happens, we need to somehow evaluate this idea, whether it will work in our business environment, how we will implement it, how we will use it. Sometimes we need to calculate whether for example, infrastructure costs, the GPUs that are running the models will be maybe more costly than the results that these models are producing. So answer to those questions are not that straightforward. But on the other hand, on the other side, now we have these technological advancements, especially artificial intelligence, that can really make a difference in businesses. So how do we start a project? There are many ways. We can, for example, go full-blown from the get-go, but then we, of course, need to be really extremely careful, or I would say knowledgeable about what we are doing, where we are implementing things. We need to know the technology that we'll be using and how this will affect our business. I think that for such projects that are on this technological edge, it's sometimes maybe more useful to start from a proof of concept. And I think they are great because then we can really evaluate what we are after. For example, we were talking a lot about the data. Through a proof of concept, we can evaluate if we have enough data, if it's of good quality, if we can maybe acquire some additional data, and of course also evaluate the business value that this maybe project will bring us. But then we also need to be very determined not to say that this proof of concept is our end product, because it's not. It's just the first step, the analysis that we did to then use it in production. And I think this is where a lot of proof of concepts do not see the lights of productions, because the step of experimental, I would say, vision is something that takes a lot of also progress to become a product that is used in real life. And that's because I think there are data science in particular is just a small portion of this entire project that we usually build. Besides pure data science where we develop the models, we of course need to somehow ingest the data. We need to store it efficiently. We need to transform it, clean it, join it. And once we have the models, we also have to serve them to the systems to then use those production. We have to monitor the models. And this is something that takes not only a lot of resources, but a lot of different roles, experience, and I would say also competences. And this is, I think, where the companies like Medius and others excel towards just pure research, because they have this ability to execute and the ability to integrate a AI project into existing, usually quite heterogeneous IT system. And when we talk about predictions, we need to talk about real time. That means that, for example, if I go now to the insurance case, this claim that you, for example, filed for a car insurance needs to be processed immediately, in real time, needs to be labeled with some kind of a probability of a fraud. And this is what fraud AI does. According to Association Insurance Europe, in Slovenia alone in 2017, there were 20 million of fraud detected, but around 90 million was never detected. And this is quite of a surprise because 90%, even more, of insurance companies already use some kind of a fraud detection system. So how can AI or fraud AI help? It cannot replace those systems, of course, and it cannot replace the domain specialists, the investigators that are dealing with such claims. But it can definitely add some extra intelligence. So based on the historical data, it can learn the right from wrong, or what are the regular claims versus suspicious ones. How do we do it? We actually, of course, need to first understand and analyze the data that we have. And we have to have quite a lot of it, of course. But then we also try to, I would say, add some additional characteristics to this data. And we call this feature engineering, where we have maybe simple or more complex types, for example, like in vehicle insurance, odometer value, number of previous owners, time left until end of registration, etc. But once this, I would say, data is labeled or I would say characterized, we need to somehow do this custom implementation of models where we use different kind of techniques. It could be supervised learning or unsupervised learnings, but at the end they produce some kind of results. And what you see here on this right-hand side, there are green dots that are representing valid cases, and the red ones that are representing frauds. And the dots, the ones that are closer together, have similar characteristics among them. So now imagine a new claim comes into the system. It is processed by these machine learning models and placed somewhere within this multidimensional space in this graph. And if it's somewhere close to the red ones that are already marked as fraud, we can immediately suspect that this is a fraud as well. And having such a system, I think it's very beneficial because it can really prioritize what to do first when it comes to investigation. So you can, because of that, save in cost, because you're faster in finding frauds. The customers, I think, more satisfied because your processing of the claims was faster, and the domain specialist can really investigate and take time into investigation of new frauds that were never discovered yet. So listening to all these presentations, AI has long been just a recommendation engine for personalized ads. it's much more. For example, Medius is now using AI in 7 different industries. For example, we help telco operators predict system failures and application failures before they occur. We help manufacturing companies predict the quality of the product before it's even completed. We help Supreme Court of Slovenia to anonymize their verdicts. We, for example, are on the biggest Slovenian solar power plant. We try to predict production of the energy based on the weather data and the camera that detects the clouds and tracks them to see when they will cover the sun. So I think that if you're, or I would say, if you're not doing something similar within your company, I really invite you to go on a journey of implementing artificial intelligence into your systems as well. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah, break or
not yet.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Braja. Thank you. So it is important to challenge the status quo when it comes to AI transformation. In the final segment of our program, we will be discussing the AI real-world impact across industries. I'm happy to invite the guests. Once again, glad to have Dr. Hans-Jörg Vögel, please. Mrs. Mateja Lauric, CEO at Collector and Collector Ventures. Mr. Mitja Trampuš, CEO AI for SI. And Mr. Marko Drev, CEO at SAP Slovenia. And the moderator, Mr. Golob. Please, the floor is all yours.
So, panel number 2. Similar, but this time we're going to have this at the end because the first time we didn't have time and they know they're going to have. Slido, again, I remove all the questions from the previous slides so we have it all open. Although we are in the final stretch just before lunch, we're going to go a little into the lunchtime, so about 45-ish minutes here. Do pose the questions. We will have time to get a couple of them. Okay? Intro. Everybody makes a short intro. I mean, we already know Mr. Vögel, but the rest and organization role, and then already a question in the intro round. What was the biggest impact of the last year and a half or so, Gen AI mostly, but also others, on your business? So, Mr. Drew, starting with you.
Thank you very much.
Let's turn it on.
Can you hear me? No. Now it should work.
Yeah, now it works, yeah.
So thank you very much. Thanks for having me here. I actually work for SAP. I'm actually managing the local entity SAP Slovenia. We are part of the global corporation SAP, which I guess you all probably heard about. So we are the world's largest enterprise application provider. We employ about 100,000 plus employees. Mostly we are on the other side than the rest of our presentations today. So we are mostly providing the platform and the services that are actually enabling our customers to use artificial intelligence and all the solutions connected to that in a relevant and meaningful way for their business to make impactful outcomes. And also the same in Slovenia, we're trying to actually implement or to introduce to the market, to our customers, the solutions that are actually built on the long-term experience from also abroad a lot. Actually, we are doing a lot in Germany and actually bring this know-how, those solutions to our customers locally to also take advantage of those solutions. So yeah, I think it's an extremely interesting area, but maybe from looking at the perspective of the impact that has been done to our, let's say, jobs or our company in the last years, it was a significant advancement in certain levels of artificial intelligence, specifically in the generative AI. But on the other areas, we were already quite active. And a lot of the, let's say, solutions and the findings and innovations are already built into our solutions. So I would say it's more an addition to already what we were providing to the market than something purely new. Yeah. So I would say it's mostly connected in the advancement of where we were or to where we are going than bringing something, I would say, revolutionary.
Yeah, and I believe it will go for all four of you because you were all pretty much active in AI. We've heard about the BMW started long ago, but just the last year and a half made an additional push. So this was probably the question here. So what was actually that difference in the last year and a half?
So the biggest difference is actually in the conversation with our customers. Yeah. You know, ChatGPT was actually quite a big buzzword over the last year. So it was mostly connected. We had a lot of discussions with our customers, what it actually brings, what is the added value, and how it's actually relevant through our solutions for their business. We have a different approach on this topic. I will explain to this later and not to waste too much time. But basically the discussions we had in the past slightly shifted towards this generative AI. And connected to that, also the enablement of our local people and also on the customer side and our partner ecosystem changed. Because if you want to adopt, let's say, new technology and new discussions, you need to have also new content that you can talk about, and you need to be up to speed.
Good. Mateo Laurich, same question, maybe from both sides. So one is Collector, which started as an AI company, but then also Collector as a bigger animal.
Okay, because my name is Mateo Laurich and I'm in two roles now, as already Matej mentioned. I started in deep tech ecosystem as a general manager of Collector Ventures, a corporate VC, which invested in a couple of startups. And now I'm in another role. For more than 2 years, I'm running the high-tech company, which engages in AI solutions, namely Collector Leap. We have developed an AI platform which basically uses AI in order to help manufacturing companies to build data-driven cognitive digital twins to guide production processes smoothly. So basically they reach designated KPIs, and basically then we use AI in order to automate certain processes without or as less human intervention as possible. So what has changed or impacted basically our businesses? Well, we have started to develop this solution 4 years ago. And of course, we were addressing early adopters because not so many companies were basically aware of applicative side of AI, because this is a buzzword, but actually not so many projects or so many solutions which were tailored to the industrial needs were available on the market. And I think that this is a big shift, because if buzzwords are large language models and ChatGPT and so on, it helps us to address the market because people are more aware, they are less afraid and so on. And I think that, as it was already mentioned in one of the previous presentations, we have available technology, but the problem is not technology itself. There are people who use this technology that need to be open-minded and not afraid of unknown. So basically, this was the big shift in the mindset of our potential customers and of the market. So if I address also the Collector, because Collector is a joint venture between Q Intelligence, a spin-out of Institut Josef Stefan, and manufacturing company Collector. Collector basically uses AI solutions in daily business, namely to optimize processes. It is used in advanced robotics, and it is used in production planning and production guiding. So digitalization is the name of the game in manufacturing companies, and Collector is, I think, the leading company in Slovenia or in this part of region that uses those kind of solutions in real environment in production.
All right, thank you very much. Maybe Mr. Vögel, the question for me is slightly different because we heard a lot about the whole history and how you're driving AI, not only for autonomous, also the rest of it. What was it that you didn't say? Now you have it. So what was the impact of AI on the whole BMW group in the last year and a half because of what happened?
Well, it's really difficult to say what the impact on the whole BMW group was overall, because it's been so much happening in all the business units. So maybe let me give you a small example from my own personal field. When using natural language user interfaces, we always had that disconnect between user interface specialists, UI, user experience specialists, right? They come from the psychology side and the user distraction side, and they design user interfaces. And they used to design user interfaces in sort of throwaway prototypes because they started doing Wizard of Oz type of demos. They did movies, they did click demos, and then did user analysis studies. And we always try to teach them, or always try to tease them into using the technology, right? Because there was always that disconnect between the user interface that was specified and then handed over to the engineers and the computer scientists to be implemented. And with the advent of ChatGPT, that changed dramatically. Suddenly, the UI experts, the psychologists, discovered I can use AI. Right? And AI helps me doing what I used to be doing in much less time. And suddenly they started working on a user experience that became the product. And suddenly the psychologists, they became competitors to my team. Right? Because they much faster iterated on the user experience and experimented very enthusiastically, where the computer scientists and the engineers were much more looking into actual practicability problems, safety questions, product liability, and how to avoid hallucinations, etc. Way down deep in the technology. And so what really changed a lot in the last 1.5 years is both work together now in one team, in one product development or one proof of concept development exercise. And it's just fantastic to witness. Right? They can do so much more together.
That's a really nice story. That's a really nice story, yeah. Mr. Trampusch, now you have actually also maybe two roles. So one is AI for SI, so the association, but then again, you're also coming from CreaPro, so maybe from both sides.
Correct. Thank you very much. I'm excited to be here. Mitja Trampusch is my name. I wear two hats, yes, correct. CreaPro, CreaPlus, I'm a managing director. We deal with IT security and cybersecurity and AI, implementation of AI. And the other hat I have is I'm a president of AI for SI, that is Artificial Intelligence for Slovenia. This is an initiative within the Association of Informatics and Telecommunication with the Slovenian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. This is something similar like KI Bundesverband, the German association, AI association, so similar thing. And what we do, we promote implementation of AI in the organizations and companies. That's our task. And we also, which is important maybe to know, we are also co-founder of European AI Forum, which is a non-profit organization established by 9 different associations by EU members promoting implementation of coming EU AI Act. What was for us as an association, AI for SI initiative, what was important in the last 1.5 years? Absolutely the willingness of people to listen about AI. This was something unimaginable 4 years ago. It was impossible to talk to CEOs, to managers, to owners of companies. This was something really hard at that time. So with ChatGPT, at least now they listen when our members come to companies and try to introduce AI or to showcase something which might be benefit for them. So this really changed a lot. So ChatGPT, definitely what you mentioned and you mentioned before, definitely.
So that was one pattern here, definitely. You know, while they're taking a lot of the conversational AI market, so the big ones, and OpenAI, Copilot, Gemini, and so on, they did all of us a big favor. We have a lot of people now that are interested in it. And we want to talk about other solutions which are not just Gen AI.
Just one thing, it was not just plus, it was not just a benefit. Because now, some people think that ChatGPT is the only AI. So
oh, there are others. Oh, I didn't know about that.
So we need to explain that ChatGPT is only one small part of AI. So additional work, but still, at the end, I think it was definitely a benefit.
All right, going into the next round, and your questions, of course, are welcome. I'm looking here at Slido. Whenever they will come, I will put them in. Now, we already had an example of usage of AI in BMW, but looking at, let's say, the automated driving story that we heard, okay? Now, let's take this as an analogy of how you are trying to automate your driving within your company. Okay, so this is the next round of question. We go first with Mr. Dreu. So how are you implementing inside SAP? Of course, you're looking at the Slovenian office and the region, but also if you see everywhere else in the SAP, meaning internally, the processes, which is one that we just heard, but also you're probably enhancing, upgrading your offerings for the market as a result of that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So you're completely right. So we do it on both sides, internally and also externally, because we have this, we are responsible also for the market, what we are serving, and also for our channel that is serving our customers. And basically, if I touch maybe just a simple example, what we are doing internally, maybe in the department of HR. So let's say we are using our solution for HR, so let's say human experience management solution, success factors. And there is a crucial moment in the, let's say, hiring process. First, you need to know what you're hiring. You had good examples before. What are the challenges?
The first one, yeah.
When you are trying to hire new talents for, let's say, quite new segments, which you did not work with before yet. So what we have embedded into our solution is the help of the artificial intelligence that it supports in building the role, the job description. This is one thing. And the second thing is actually then preparing for the interview. So it helps our, let's say, recruiters and also the managers help to build the relevant questions, either for the role or for the candidate on the other side. So this is how one simple example how we are doing this internally, and we are also offering this the same to our customers. So it's available on the market. Then what we are also implementing, so we have introduced our Copilot called Joule, which is part of our, let's say, it's embedded into our solutions that are actually going from finance to HR to other areas. So it's basically a business Copilot that is actually different from other Copilots in a way that it's actually focused on the content of the business and the problem that you're trying to solve. So it actually gives you recommendations, ideas of the specific problem that you're trying to solve, or what are you planning maybe for the future that you want to do. So there are many things that are already embedded into our solutions, because our approach is not just to offer a, let's say, generative AI platform for our customers to use it, but actually make it part of our solutions that are already available. So we have, let's say, a rule of 3 R's that we are following. It needs to be relevant, reliable, and also it needs to be responsible. And that means by relevant, it needs to bring some content back to the person that it's using, and it needs to be reliable. That means that we are actually building that on top of our solutions, which consists of zillions of data that customers are running through our systems. For example, our customers are generating 87% of global commerce. So it's a huge number. And responsibility, this is also, I heard before about the safety and your comment, I completely agree with that. The solutions needs to be responsible, meaning from the ethical perspective and also from all other perspectives. Otherwise, it's just simply should not be used.
You touched on a question. I'm just going to, again, throw it on a table. It wasn't prepared before. And also the idea I got from when you received the question, okay, there's an accident. How about the insurance? Whose fault? And so on. And they said it's still debatable and so on. Okay, cars are one thing, and we know, people can get damaged, but then again, we have co-pilots, assistants, and so on. Also taking more and more work and taking some decisions, for which shoes to go where and so on, which is hard. Okay, let's say that the assistant, the co-pilot, or whoever makes a mistake. Okay, if it's a human, your boss calls you, and then either you're fired or some other penalty. How about if that's an assistant? So that's a question here on the table. Maybe if you can touch it if you want to, because that's going to happen. It's like, no, it wasn't me, it was the AI. Who gets fired then? The AI will not get fired. It will stay there. Yeah.
So maybe if I can start. From my perspective, everything starts with data. So if you have good data quality in your systems, you should have it. Then those feedbacks and ideas and outcomes from the AI should also be relevant, and also, let's say, you should get what you want and what you need. And for sure, there will be many ways, different scenarios. At the end, you still need a person that can judge which way is the best way to go.
Yeah. So going back to this question, but then again, if you want to, you can also touch that, the responsibility one. Oh, Matea.
Maybe I will tackle responsibility first and then go to the application. I have a funny anecdote, Marco, because I used to work in Collector as a supply chain manager. And when something was wrong, my coworkers usually said, "No, it was not me, it was SAP."
And it also rhymes.
Yeah, I think it was a similar situation, and I said, "Okay, guys, everything is okay, but SAP doesn't do anything by itself." So, human entry. So, in the processes, I think in our case, usually, AI is kind of helping humans to make more. I would say more decisions based on information. I think that this is the role now. So we don't have to tackle the problem as in your case, because you are basically on the more safety side and more regulated. I think that this challenge will appear when we will transfer the power to AI without a human intervention, and I think that
which will happen.
Yeah, which will happen in the near future or more distant future. And we will all have to tackle this, who is responsible, but for now, humans are still. So as far as, I would say, implementation of AI in internal processes, for example, in QLector, the startup where I work, yes, of course, you use ChatGPT for code reviews and so on, because it's also affecting the work of developers.
It is. Yeah.
And I think it's a positive if you are a managing director of a company, not relying too much on the, I would say, developer workforce, because you can do code reviews, simple code, and so on with the help of AI. Otherwise, we use it in marketing. Of course, content marketing is really boosting now using ChatGPT. You can all see, because the articles are more fluffy, flowerish, and so on because of the language. And I usually say to ChatGPT, make it more German. Sorry, but we are all on the same side in Europe, in Collector, we are using AI in internal processes, of course, ChatGPT, some solutions of Microsoft also, as far as, I would say, translations are concerned and so on. What we offer to external market, I'm going into another role. In QLector, of course, it's AI solution which helps companies to make more informed decisions, to run the processes more smoothly, basically we anticipate anomalies in the production processes, so we can make predictions whether or not organizational downtowns will appear, whether or not we will have problems with people, or with a lack of people, or with tools and so on, so that we can make decisions before, not afterwards, when everything happens. And this is a huge benefit for the companies.
All right, thank you very much. Going to Mr. Vögel now. This would be now already the third question. So you already had the presentation. You mentioned that HR also, and then you mentioned that one with the designers. So we need a third example now. Or in general, yeah.
I come to the examples, but maybe for the last question first, I always half jokingly say, hey, if you want to fix AI, fix humanity first. With a pinch of salt, of course, but a lot, as you already said, a lot is in the data, a lot is still in the human oversight, and it's good that it is that way, and I think we need to keep it that way for quite a few years until we really can trust the automated decisions that systems are being making. I think also advancing in an AI agenda also involves quite a bit of humanities, critical thinking, natural science, education on all kinds of topics that are largely making up collective human history and making up human behavior. Those need to find themselves in the data. Data really describe the behavior that we want to see. So we need to put the greatest care into the data that we feed into or that we use to train AI, because that's going to define the behavior that we all want to see from AI in the future. And that's also a big argument or a big factor speaking for having European and sovereignty, European models and sovereignty in the development. You need to be able to really rely on the data reflecting the kind of behavior and reflecting also then or justifying the level of trust that you put into automated decisions. Now let's get to the examples. 3, maybe 4 examples. First one is automated driving. Does not only happen in cars out on the roads that we sell to consumers. Automated driving also happens in logistics. Quite early on, we had a very nice cooperation. My colleagues in the production environment did that with automated transport robots that we started building just for our own internal use. That became so successful that we spun off the company, Idealworks, and they now sell smart transport robots for factory environments worldwide. Also so in that respect, it's also creating new business for BMW, also for that. Then we use automated driving not only out on the road in our cars, we also use it in production. There's one tiny lap of distance that every car has to cover when leaving the production belt. Right? It needs to drive itself from the endpoint of the production belt to the factory internal testing track. And that usually takes a couple of minutes, and we have a group of drivers doing that. That was replaced. Cars now drive themselves across the factory.
So you have the full driving on that particular
exactly,
one.
Yeah.
Okay.
They drive themselves across the factory yard to be tested for the first inspection test before then leaving the factory yard for final delivery to the consumers. Then third example, the Sordi AI, also a spin-off or data set. Sordi is now the largest data set, synthetic data set for production environments. It covers any kind of containers, carts, what have you, any kind of objects that appear in a highly standardized production environment. They're fully synthesized. We can simulate handling of the containers, aging of the containers, all kind of damages being done, and we use that data set to then also train applications in logistics, in quality control, quality inspection, and so on. Right? And fourth example, last one, is picking up on the large language UI versus engineer type of story. Every piece of user interaction dialogue in our vehicles used to be manually edited. Right? We have functional owners who clearly specify the behavior of a voice interface, or used to specify a behavior of a voice interface, and every dialogue that the user went through was manually handcrafted and highly optimized down to the last bit of the crossing the T's and dotting the I's in every word that's being said by the system. Now that changes, right? Generative AI now generates that dialogue on the fly. What are we going to do with those developers? Well, we're not going to go set them free because they now are able to specify in much less time their user interface behavior, and they don't have to do it in a programming language or in a specification language. They do it in natural language. Right? That creates a whole new dynamic in interaction between the developers, and also then the fact that the dialogues are actually generated on the fly based on BMW's material. We feed the system from product leaflets to user manuals to press statements, any kind of fact sheet. even frequently asked questions from our call centers. And all of those information can be used to generate those dialogues with the users on the fly and create much more precise, much more enriching, much more much richer and more enticing dialogues on the end. And this frees up and much more time in the developers to look into design and the user interface, look into quality control, and then also in scalability, because so far voice interfaces used to be limited to maybe the 400 most frequently asked questions. That limit is gone.
Yep. Yeah. True.
So we scale much better.
Thank you very much. We got 4 examples, more than we asked for. But you made me think of something else. Now that you said the self-driving on the, out of the factory and so on. We've heard the Bishenka. I don't know how much of the, car shipping are they doing, but the cars need to be loaded on ships, right? Going somewhere. Do you also have self-driving there yet? Not yet. Is it in planned? Because if they can, if they can drive out of the factory, they can also drive on the ship.
Yeah, I have no idea how we would want to do that.
But probably it might come. Yeah. Thank you very much. Mitjan.
Crea Pro, we developed ILA GPT. That's something similar what the guys from DB Schenker presented on a private documents for any company. It's actually a nice user interface to any internal documents. Could be also business secret. And it's really, it allows the only authorized people to access certain documents. So this is one thing with Crea Pro. But if I touch this automated driving with AI for SI initiative, I would just like to remind us that there are hundreds of companies which haven't even touched AI. So what is our, let's say, mission is to make AI more acceptable. And when we mentioned ChatGPT, yes, it's not science fiction anymore. And what we did with AI for SI, we published a guide on implementation of AI for SMEs, for small and medium enterprises. So where to start, how to start, what do we need, what are the fears, what are the pitfalls. So we just published that, and I think this is a start also for other hundreds of companies which maybe have no resources or have no, let's say, talent, which is also a problem, which we'll probably touch later. So this is something where we need also to have in mind. So not just the big companies which have the means, resources, talent to do this research and development, but also other companies which really need to start the journey with AI.
I have one more question, not yet ready for Herman. Wait. Because, again, you made me think out of these comments. You said you're preparing the questions from the interviews, especially the ones that you haven't been, maybe for roles and so on. In the trainings that we do for GPT, one of the most popular prompt training is you type into the GPT, imagine you're my boss, and now I will try to get a company car, preferably BMW, okay? And then obviously he's acting as your boss and trying to convince him, he gives, questions, customers, mileage, wire, and so on. So we are training people to use it as a tutor. Now, I've already commented that then all the students are using ChatGPT anyway. And maybe for some of the roles, the students are coming to SAP, okay? And they will definitely be role-playing and training their interview before they will go. I hope so. Probably they will, yeah? So maybe you open up, the position and say, by the way, we trained ourselves for the interview, and these are the questions. While you are training yourselves for the interview, maybe you want to train on these questions, and then you are all prepared coming, you were prepared from your side, they were prepared from this side, and then the interview is really good.
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. Yeah. But how I look at the subject is more in the content of the role that you're hiring for.
Yep.
So what are the skills that you need, what kind of candidate it should be, and how much it fits into the team. This is always what I look, I don't always look for the best candidate from the skills perspective, but it needs to fit into the team. If it doesn't fit into the team, it's not qualified because the team needs to work together to achieve the results. And I believe it will stay the same also with help of artificial intelligence, because we will get a narrow circle of the best candidates, but at the end, managers will need to decide who of the candidates is the best candidate for the job. it's always like.
And that decision will be human for a while. Yeah?
It should be human because what's artificial intelligence missing is empathy, and this is what we as people can do. And as long as there will be relevant tasks or decisions to be made that requires also empathy, that long we will also need to make the final decisions. We will not give out to the technology. This is my perspective.
Very well said. We're ready for Herman. I have a question now for Herman. He's not going to be recorded. He's not going to say anything. So, Herman, a question for you. So, from your perspective, you know, the upgraded Herman from the 21st century, what do you believe are the best options, you know, to automate businesses from AI and space technology perspective?
From my perspective as Herman Patonic Nur Dung, an early 20th century astronautics theorist, I believe that the integration of AI and space technology holds great potential for automating businesses in the 21st century. AI can be utilized to analyze vast amounts of data collected from space-based sensors, enabling businesses to make more informed decisions and optimize their operations. Additionally, space technology, such as satellite communication and navigation systems, can enhance connectivity and logistics, enabling businesses to automate processes and improve efficiency. The combination of AI and space technology offers exciting possibilities for businesses to streamline operations and achieve greater productivity.
Okay, let me comment on this. This is on a safe side. So the answer was generic. It wasn't pre-recorded. So it actually listened to me and did similar to his. There's probably some LLM, you know, there are guys behind you that can explain. But why we wanted to do also this is because this will become a norm. We will have more and more AI as part of our debates. So we just used Herman Potočnik this time. Before we move on, there is actually one question, Matej, for you. So could you explain the process behind the establishment of Collector? How idea was born? How did you build the team internally or externally hired? It's a little specific, sort of a spin-off question, but relevant because it's an AI company. Yeah?
Okay, Slovenia is small, yeah? So everybody knows everybody, namely. Well, the company was born out of the pain of a manufacturing company because the question of efficiency, operational efficiency especially, is as long as mass production itself. But I think that Ford didn't tackle these problems, but the companies later on have the same issue. It started with Toyota production system and then continued with all production systems in bigger companies. So we didn't have a solution how to optimize internal manufacturing processes to a certain level, because when you go to lean production, you make organizational changes and so on, but then you hit the fence and it doesn't go further. And the complexity of, I would say, number of items of the production and so on increases. So basically, you as a human cannot tackle everything by yourself. So Collector was basically decided to go into digitalization and to invest in startup companies in order to resolve those issues that were basically really pain points in numerous companies, and then offer those solutions which will be tested in real environment, in manufacturing environment, to all other companies out there on the mass market, yeah. And then there were a couple of guys from Institute Jože Stefan which had the technology, and this was at that time a perfect match. So basically you had a domain player with a certain pain point which was looking for technology in order to resolve those issues. And this is how the company was born, as a joint venture between manufacturing company and guys who basically had knowledge of AI. Yeah.
Okay, there's the question, the answer, sorry. Next one, now, coming back to, again, this is AHK event, so we need to also put perspective of Germany-Slovenia cooperation. Now, a little broader, of course, still the lens are AI and the latest development, also maybe irrigation, but still, where is still the biggest potentials, while Germany is a really big important partner of Slovenia. Maybe where we are missing out, and where things are going well, and what are the needs of the companies? Starting with you, Mr. Joe.
Thank you. Yeah, so as I said, so we actually are a German corporation. So basically, majority of know-how is coming from Germany. And with that, I believe we actually make a difference on the local market by bringing the solutions that can help Slovenian companies be more productive, be more competitive, and be more successful. And this is our, let's say, main mission here on the local market. And what I see as the biggest potential still, we have long discussions before there are any decisions. Mm-hmm. And if you have power to change that, please come to decisions faster, because with that you maintain your level of competitiveness on the market. Other countries are doing those things much faster. So this is one thing that I see, that in Slovenia we're a little bit specific. Maybe it's concern from the customer, maybe some other reasons, but the decision-taking time is so long that other countries will be much faster than us.
Well put. So Slovenians, please do decide earlier. To get the benefits earlier. I mean, I see it very simple. I mean, we're simplifying it, but still very, very well put. Thank you. Mateja.
Our company is basically looking at the German market as one of the most potential markets, because there is a whole range of the Mittelstand companies there which cannot afford, I would say, expensive solutions like SAP. So, we are basically tackling a little joke, yeah. We are basically tackling German markets, small and medium-sized companies, also bigger companies, which need a bit of different solution, but also based on AI. I don't know. I think that the situation in both countries, as far as the market perspective, is a bit the same. Companies are reluctant to make quick decisions. They need to have a proof of concept. We usually start with proof of concepts because, we are talking about an AI. As I already mentioned before, there are not so many applicative, scalable solutions on the market, and everybody is a bit cautious. Why to be the first one to test this solution? So they really love to see somebody else try it first. Mm-hmm. Yeah, whether or not this is a Slovenian company, German company, and so on. So, everybody needs to have a proven, tested solution. But the fact is that we are entering a technology which is relatively new in industrial environments. So we have to address early adopters and make lighthouse projects in both markets.
All right, thank you. Now I'm wondering how that question would look like from BMW perspective, because obviously you're making cars, and we like BMWs in Slovenia, actually probably above average. So, but still, where do you see the biggest potential where we're missing out Germany-Slovenia cooperation?
Yeah, I really don't know very much about Slovenia as a market, as a hub of business, other than it has a very high reputation, both in the scientific world and also from the intensity and the vibrancy of the local ecosystem. Probably it's the Bavarian attitude that we will be bringing here. In Bavaria, there's a saying, "Mir san mir." That's those who are fans of FC Bayern Munich, they probably know it. Right? It doesn't translate very well into any language, but probably translating it here is, it would say, Bavarians think the biggest potential always is in Bavaria. Right? Mm-hmm. We make the best cars in the world. We have the best soccer players, soccer team in the world. Right, and now the Bavarian government also thinks we can create the best GPT competitor in the world by just launching now a Bayern GPT initiative this week. And I think while this is interesting, of course, very challenging for the academic environment, and also puts great infrastructure into the hands of Bavarian local researchers. I think we're just at the same time wasting tremendous potential by not collaborating more at the national and the European level. And that's something we need to encourage and always keep competing for, or keep fighting for, that we have a European AI initiative that brings the best talents across Europe together, because in the end, also the companies who are hiring experts in AI now, they might not have experts in AI half a year or a year down the road if you don't put them out into the community and keep them up to date. Right? So whenever you have AI experts in a company, you need to also give them a certain amount of time to stay active in the scientific communities, to go to conferences, to stay in touch with academic researchers, and stay in touch with the best international researchers, be it Josef Stepan here in Ljubljana, or be it the institute in Toulouse, or where we have other great initiatives in France, and also Scandinavia, the same thing. So the community needs to be brought together, otherwise our experts won't stay experts for long.
Thank you very much. Mitja, probably perspective of AI for SI, right?
Absolutely, but before that, I just would like to say an interesting fact. Try to register trademark Bayern GPT. I don't think it will be possible, because OpenAI will definitely block you. So good luck with that. But while we're at this topic, yeah, definitely needs of the companies. Probably in some way, we would like to see that these big techs are not really having the monopoly on the market. So this is one topic which probably is also a topic in Germany, especially in Germany. But otherwise, we work very well. Our initiative AI for SI with KI Bundesverband. There we are exchanging our problems, views, and also our efforts to also influence the EU AI Act. So there we work together with German AI Association. Otherwise, the needs of the companies, definitely, I totally agree, and can repeat, the companies need to be more, let's say, experimental prone. So definitely need to be ready to experiment, provide some budget for that, and go into it now. As you said, we're quite late in that game. So needs for the companies, guidance, some guidance how to do it, some resources, and also not to be afraid of asking for help for some external companies to help them do this journey, start this journey.
Okay, last question, as promised. So I have this here. You don't have to use it. The last question is, if you would have one wish in the near future, we're staying with near future because this area is evolving so fast as we all see it, what would you do? What would you either help shape, maybe make happen, that's not yet, or maybe disappear? Starting there, one final round, 3 minutes, and then off to lunch.
Yeah, so I already mentioned, so my biggest desire would be that we as Slovenian society would make decisions and would be a little bit more self-confident that we actually want to achieve something more. And actually this is possible with the introduction of new technology. And it's not that when we start using AI, everything will be much better, everything will be different. It's not, because it starts with steps, And if we start now, the results will be visible maybe in the near future, but most probably in the long-term future. If we don't start, we might be extinct by that time. So this is one thing that I would see as necessary thing on Slovenian market to actually start testing, start playing around, Talk to us, talk to anybody, Just gain some experience and be brave about it. Don't stop.
Just do it.
Just do it, yes.
Yeah.
But definitely, it helps if you have somebody that you can ask, you can talk to with some experience. Also, like Mateja mentioned before, with some other references outside or inside. Usually, when I talk to customers, it's not a problem about references. They ask me, who is using this in Slovenia?
Yep.
But we should not compare to ourselves. We should look at the global market. This is our playground.
Yep. Yep.
So this is my perspective. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Mateja, one wish?
Can I have two? Okay.
You can have two. You can have two.
Okay. One wish is basically that is really connected to how we as humans perceive technology in our work. So basically, as I mentioned before, the main obstacle for AI is our mindset, because we still didn't accept the fact that this can help us in our work, not replace us. So I would like to have, I would say, more open minds in, I don't know, in companies, for example, because you can truly ease your work, make things better, faster, and so on, if you know how to use the technology. But up till now, I think that people are still afraid for their jobs and job positions and so on. So another wish would be, as already mentioned before, bigger companies tend to have a monopoly in certain fields of technology. But I must say that, for example, we cooperate with SAP a lot because we are a complementary product, and we go to the companies that have installed SAP because we need data from the ERP system. And I know that SAP really collaborates with smaller startups and companies in order to provide, I would say, better solutions to the customers, whether or not they come from their development departments or from somewhere else. And I would like to have this more on every other field or domain of AI. So this would be it.
Very nice. Mr. Vögel, one wish.
Yes, just have the very personal wish for that last round. If I had a wish, I would make deepfakes and AI-generated misinformation disappear right away. I think it's.
I take it.
Mr. Gudelnik this morning said it's so easy to do. Yes, it's very easy to do. Unfortunately, it's very easy to do, and much harder to catch and inhibit. I think it's one of the greatest threats to us as an industry, as communities, as a society. And it's not only instilling fear of AI, it's used to be instilling and stirring very many fears in people. And that's an absolute disgraceful abuse of the technology. I'd like to make that disappear on this, and I hope everybody shares. Oh, that's a personal wish. Right.
That's a good one. We take it. Thank you.
I'm more than 30 years in IT security, so I need to address this elephant in the room. Cybersecurity is there. So it's cybersecurity for AI. This is something was not mentioned, but this is something which I see will need to be addressed besides the AI. So additional hurdle, I would say, but still it's important. It's more and more important, also linked to fake news, deep fakes, and so on. So definitely something to consider.
Okay, so we have a nice spectrum from, on one side, from just do it, then open your mind, more collaboration with the big guys, stop deepfakes and company, but then again, get cyber security for AI more serious. Thank you very much, dear guests. It's 2 o'clock. Tina, back to you.
Thank you very much, dear guests and the moderator, for these really practical insights from your industries on AI. With these thoughts, we are concluding Slovenian-German Artificial Intelligence Forum. I do believe, dear ladies and gentlemen, you received some inspiration to nurture your imagination and ideas. And in the name of the organizers, GZS, AHK Slovenia, and German Embassy in Ljubljana, I thank you very much for being with us today, and I just wishing you an enjoyable lunch in the lobby. Thank you.